I request all of you to kindly be seated. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second international workshop on 6G standardization. I welcome Honorable Union Minister of State for Communications, Sri Devasin Chauhan ji. I welcome Dr. Neeraj Mittal, IAS Secretary, Telecom, Professor Kiran Kuchi, Professor at IIT. I welcome Ms. Gunjan Dave, Member Technology, DCC. Welcoming Mr. Manish Sinha, Member Finance, Mr. R. Mittal, Advisor, TEC. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed dignitaries from associations, industry, academia, startup, and innovators, a very warm welcome to the second international workshop on 6G standardization. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have seen that India has seen massive growth in the telecom sector. The mantra Jai Anusandhan has been guiding force for a lot of innovators in the country who made it possible. The telecom sector is ever evolving, but we've seen the massive growth over the past few years. Let us begin today's workshop, and for the opening remarks, I would like to invite Professor Kiran Kuchi, Professor at IIT Hyderabad, founder of Vizig Networks, founding member of Bharat 6G Alliance. Let's welcome sir with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. Honorable State Minister Chauhanji and our Secretary Telecom, Mr. Neeraj Mittalji, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this special event on 6G. Thank you for joining us at this momentous 6G standards workshop, where we gather to discuss the future of telecommunications and wireless communications and the imminent transition from IMT 2020, which is known as 5G, to IMT 2030, that's the name for 6G. It is a remarkable occasion as we stand at the precipice of a technological revolution that will shape the way we communicate, connect, and collaborate for the next decade. The recent announcement by the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, regarding the 6G framework, encompassing its vision and requirements, marks a significant milestone. This framework is the result of collective efforts from various member states, academia, industry, and various other stakeholders. As we embark on this journey, the next 2 years will be filled with a lot of intense research and development activities, prototyping of technologies, 6G technologies, and the establishment of performance requirements at the ITU Working Party 5D to set the 5G. And these standards are expected to be completed in 2030, as the name suggests, but the actual specification work will begin between 2027 and 2030. So that gives us about a couple of years from now, next 24 months, to actually get our thoughts together, our ideas in place, and develop the patents and the prototypes. So it's a very, very crucial and important period. As far as 6G is concerned, it's not just a technical evolution. There is a global competition, there is a race, and behind the scenes, there are intense efforts ongoing, especially at the levels of various governments, who will dominate the 6G technology. So this development of 6G is not just about technology in itself, there are underlying geopolitics, economics, and global influence. So, given the stakes are very high, it's very important for India to play a pivotal role in the 6G definition. Wireless communications is a very unique industry. This industry reinvents itself every 10 years, roughly. This doesn't happen in any other industry, automotive or any other industry. This whole device that, as we know from 4G, has completely transformed itself into a 5G modem in just about 10 years. And in the next 10 years, there will be a completely new modem. That's just about the phone, but there is a radio access network, there is a network architecture. So this is a very, very, very unique industry. 10 years is actually a very short amount of time in any business, and this reinvention happens. That's a very peculiar aspect of this industry. So, why is this happening? This rapid transformation is fueled by the relentless pace of innovation in various fields. Example, communication theory, computing, and the semiconductor technology. These are the three critical ingredients that drive this change so fast. Moreover, more recent breakthroughs in human-machine interface, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the Internet of Things have become an integral part of 5G, and they are also set to play a critical role in 6G as well, which is IMT 2030. As we delve deeper into the 6G conversation, one critical point of discussion in the ongoing deployment of 5G. Because many people have in the back of their mind, what is this 6G talk that we are going to initiate today while 5G is still being rolled out? So while 5G is still in the initial stages of adoption, we must consider very carefully how 6G will coexist with its predecessor. That's very, very important. This raises questions about backward compatibility between the new 6G and by the time the older 5G, protecting the investments made in the 5G infrastructure, and addressing the unresolved issues, which by now many of you would have sort of identified, that is the ubiquitous coverage, that is connecting the unconnected, giving broadband to all. We're still not there yet. These are challenges that requires very careful consideration and innovative solutions. And I'm confident that our esteemed speakers at this event will offer valuable insights and solutions. We have a jam-packed schedule ahead of us, filled with talks from distinguished individuals, including high-ranking government officials, internationally renowned experts, and representatives from standards, bodies, and associations. This diverse range of talks will contribute to a comprehensive understanding of the 6G landscape as it is evolving. Thank you very much, and let's get this conference going. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone right for the whole day. Ladies and gentlemen, sir, as rightly mentioned, we've all seen the era of wired phones, and 5G was an absolute revolution. And now, here today, we are at 6G. Moving ahead, now I would like to invite Dr. Neeraj Mittal, IAAS Secretary Telecom, to kindly join us for the keynote address. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Our Honorable Minister of State and the dais, other colleagues from the DOT, dear friends here. India is at a cusp of making a significant change to the telecom revolution, as we can call it, which is continuing, as Professor Kuchi puts it. Every 10 years, we have a revolution. A new technology comes along, changes the entire ecosystem, enables us to do new things. From 2G to 3G to 4G, 5G, for which we are looking for applications. We are already talking about 6G. I think it's a matter of pride as well as a matter of deep need for collaboration between the various stakeholders so that this next generation of technology, as it comes along, meets the needs of India. With significant efforts of India, the important characteristics of 6G, ubiquitousness, has been adopted by the ITU despite lot of pressure from other stakeholders who did not want it to be there. The role of 6G will be very critical for so many sectors and which influence the growth of India as a massive economy. We should not lose sight of the massive growth which Indian telecom sector has seen in the last few years. As Honorable Prime Minister pointed out yesterday, our speeds are skyrocketing. Our broadband connectivity has improved in rural areas. The digital divide between urban and rural areas has significantly reduced. 5G has been rolled out at lightning speed. We have an indigenous stack on 4G and 5G. We have academic institutions who were not working in these areas, IIT Madras, IIT Kanpur, and several other institutions, IIIT Hyderabad, are all now in the forefront of development of these technologies, along with stakeholders from government like CDOT, TEC, to develop the whole ecosystem. And I think this workshop really will play an important role towards that goal. The government's policy framework has been equally progressive, starting from PLI, TTDF, DCIS. All these schemes are there to support the growing startup sector. We have seen in the last few years, and you have seen here how many startups are already working on applications of 5G, on use cases of 5G. Some are also working on, towards upward compatible applications, 6G, etc., to catch the wave early. And I think these are all good signs for India. The pre-standardization process has already started. Indian companies are filing patents. I think there are about 200 patents filed in the field of 6G. We have a 6G terahertz test bed at IIT Madras, Guwahati, Samir, put together. We have an optical test bed also with a similar consortium. So we see the starting seeds of 6G technology evolving. I think standards will play a very important role. We need to collaborate with different partners across the world who have a stake in this growth process. We wish to do that, and we need your support. We need your ideas. I hope that we'll get significant ideas and momentum today from this workshop to be able to actually make a difference in the evolution of 6G technology. I look forward to your guidance. Honorable Minister has always told us that look ahead and make a difference, whether it is to the life of an urban person or people in the rural areas. Honorable Prime Minister made the same pitch yesterday. Our minister said the same thing about, Honorable Union Minister said the same thing about democratization of technology. And I hope these features will be the bedrock of 6G. Thank you so much for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, as sir has rightly mentioned, thank you so much, sir, for your address. As Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned yesterday that the future is not far off. When we used to visualize future, we used to look for a decade. But the kind of growth, the kind of evolution that is happening, the future is not a future anymore. It's the far present. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Shri Devasin Chauhanji, Honorable Minister of State for Communication, to kindly join us for her special address.
सबको नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग। 6G स्टैंडर्डाइज के लिए आज के वर्कशॉप में मंचासीन सेक्रेटरी टेलीकॉम श्री नीरज गुप्ता जी, प्रोफेसर किरण जी, श्री गुंजन जी, सिन्हा जी, राजेश जी मेरे सन्मुख उपस्थित, इंडस्ट्री, एकेडमिया, स्टार्टअप्स, इवन IIT के सभी डिग्निटरीज, पिछले 9 सालों में विश्व के सर्वाधिक लोकप्रिय नेता, देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में टेलीकॉम सेक्टर ने अपने आप को इतनी ऊंचाई पे ले गए हैं कि जहां विश्व के अन्य के देश और डेवलप कंट्री जिसे हम मानते हैं, वैसे US जैसे कंट्री या नोकिया जैसी कंपनी हमारे बेंगलोर में अगर 6G के R&D के लिए सेंटर ओपन करती हैं, इन सब के लिए अगर कोई प्रशंसा के लायक हैं तो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में, हमारे MOC के मार्गदर्शन में जिन्होंने काम किया है, वो सारे स्टार्टअप, इंडस्ट्री, एकेडमिया, TEC, C.डॉट, इन सब को मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई करता हूँ। ये आप ही की मेहनत के कारण ये परिवर्तन हुआ है। जो टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री एक समय में स्ट्रगल कर रही थी या स्कैम में फंसी रहती थी, आज वो इंडस्ट्री सनराइज इंडस्ट्री बना है। तो इसके पीछे आप सबकी तपस्या है, आप सबके कारण ये हुआ। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी चाहते थे कि हमें आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना है और हमने 4G, 5G इंडिजिनस बना लिया, 5G का फास्टेस्ट रोल आउट किया। करीब करीब अक्टूबर में लास्ट ईयर लॉन्च हुआ था और आज एक साल में 3,45,000 साइट्स फास्टेस्ट रोल आउट अगर किसी कंट्री ने की है तो वो भारत ने की है। वो इंडस्ट्री का और एक तरीके से ईज़ ऑफ लिविंग और ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस में जो रिफॉर्म्स हुए, जो रिफॉर्म्स के बाद ये ट्रांसफॉर्म हुआ है पूरा टेलीकॉम सेक्टर। लेकिन आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की ये आशा है कि शायद 4G, 5G में हमने लीड नहीं किया था, लेकिन 6G में हिंदुस्तान, इंडिया पूरे वर्ल्ड के लिए एक लीडर बने, उस दिशा में ये वर्कशॉप बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। और आपने ऐसा स्टैंडर्ड भी बनाए हैं जो विज़न डॉक्यूमेंट में है, जो ITU 3GPP ने इस स्टैंडर्ड को एक्सेप्ट किया है, क्योंकि उस स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से ही हमारे जैसे विकासशील देश हो या जो अंडर डेवलप कंट्रीज हो, उनके लिए स्टैंडर्ड ऐसा बने जो रूरल कवरेज को काम आए, जो सस्टेनेबिलिटी हो। एक तरीके से जो ब्रिज, हम डिवाइड ब्रिज है जो कनेक्ट टू अनकनेक्ट करने की बात कर रहे हैं, तो इंडिया उसमें एक रोल मॉडल की तरह पूरे विश्व में टेक्नोलॉजी में जिस तरीके से आज अपने आप को एक लीडर की हैसियत से स्थापित कर रहे हैं, तब 6G अलायंस में ये जो विज़न डॉक्यूमेंट बना है और इस विज़न डॉक्यूमेंट के हिसाब से आने वाले समय में जो वर्ल्ड में परिवर्तन आएगा, इसमें आपका आज का वर्कशॉप ये मील का पत्थर होगा, ये मेरा मानना है। क्योंकि आप जो ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करेंगे इस हॉल में बैठ के या आने वाले 2 दिन में जो आप ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग करेंगे, इससे पता चलता है कि आपकी जो टैलेंट है, आपकी जो क्षमता है, और एक क्षमता ने देश में फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी के आधार अगर टेक्नोलॉजी है, तो इस टेक्नोलॉजी का आधार आप सब हैं, जो मेरे सन्मुख इस हॉल में बैठे हैं, जो स्टार्टअप्स हैं, जो इंडस्ट्री हैं, जो टीसी है, सी डॉट है। मैं मेरे ऑफिसर को देखता हूँ, वो दिन रात कितने मेहनत करते हैं, और सी डॉट और इन्होंने जिस तरीके से कोर बनाया है नेटवर्क आने वाले समय में, तो 6G का भी वैसा ही कोर बने, वैसा ही रेडियो नेटवर्क बने, जिसके कारण 6G का ये स्टैंडर्ड आने वाले समय में पूरे विश्व के लिए मानव कल्याण, जो हमारी फिलोसॉफी रही है, हम वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की बात करते हैं, हम अंत्योदय की बात करते हैं, तो एक तरीके से जो डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन की बात करते हैं टेक्नोलॉजी का, तो लास्ट एंड तक टेक्नोलॉजी पहुँचे। और जैसे ही हम अभी भी चाहते हैं कि 5G फास्टेस्ट रोल आउट हुआ है, लेकिन 5G का यूज़ केसेस आना चाहिए। 5G का यूज, जब तक यूज़ केसेस नहीं आएंगे, 5G के यूज़ केसेस जैसे हेल्थ में हो, एजुकेशन में है, लॉजिस्टिक में, एग्रीकल्चर में हो, वो जब तक यूज़ केसेस नहीं आएंगे, तब तक हम जो परिवर्तन चाहते हैं वो परिवर्तन पॉसिबल नहीं है। और 5G का यूज़ केसेस भी, उसके लिए भी बहुत सारे कोशिश हो रहे हैं और आ भी रहे। कभी कभी ऐसे IMC जैसे वर्कशॉप में हम देखते हैं, ऐसे जब इवेंट होती हैं, तो आने वाले समय में क्या परिवर्तन आने वाला है। आज मैं देख रहा था कि स्कूल के बच्चे IMC देखने आ रहे हैं, तो उनमें एक जिज्ञासा होता है, क्यूरियोसिटी होती है, IMC में ऐसा क्या है। IMC में वो जो फ्यूचर टेक्नोलॉजी है, जैसे आने वाले समय में जेस्टर से, वॉइस से टेक्नोलॉजी काम करेगा, वो आज के बच्चे अगर देखेंगे और इस बच्चे की आशा अपेक्षा के हिसाब से आप जो इस वर्कशॉप में बैठे हैं, वो उसको ज़मीन पर उतारेंगे। उन बच्चे की कल्पना को, इस बच्चे की आकांक्षा को जब आप इसके लिए एक स्टैंडर्डाइज करेंगे, जिस स्टैंडर्डाइज को ITU, 3GPP, जो भी एक वर्ल्ड लेवल की स्टैंडर्ड बॉडी है, वो आपके स्टैंडर्ड को एक्सेप्ट करेगी और आपकी स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से पूरे भारत का नहीं, अंडर डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज़ के लिए भी इतना आने वाली फ्यूचरिस्टिक टेक्नोलॉजी, केवल ये अभी हम 5G की बात कर रहे हैं, 6G की बात कर रहे हैं, और 6G के लिए जो परिवर्तन आज हम करने जा रहे हैं और जो रोड मैप बना रहा है, इस रोड मैप में आपका ये वर्कशॉप बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट रोल प्ले करेगा। मैं इस वर्क को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। आप सबको धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, for your motivating words and a guiding force for a lot of us. Well, it is rightly said that India is moving in a great direction under the leadership of leaders like you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead, now I would like to invite Mr. R.R. Mittal, Advisor TEC, for vote of thanks. Please welcome with a round of applause.
सर, सबसे पहले तो मैं आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट देवू सिंह चौहान जी for agreeing, despite his very busy schedule, to be here and encourage us. Just to remind, sir, you also blessed us with your presence on 7th July in CDOT when we had the General Standardization Conference. So with today, your presence here, it tells us and the team here how much focus government is giving to the standardization, especially in view of the 6G standards and 6G products and 6G technologies and 6G rollout that India aspires to lead in. So thank you very much, sir. I would also like to thank Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Secretary. Again, sir, you have always encouraged TEC for taking up various activities. Even yesterday, you mentioned about IoT role in Industry 4.0. So the push from the top leaders is definitely towards the standardization, and of course testing and certification will follow later. So thank you very much, sir. And Professor Kiran Kuchi, as the organizing chair, he has worked hard to kind of place together a 2-day schedule along with a team. Of course, TEC also there, but he has coordinated with so many professors and academic leaders to be here and share their thoughts on the path ahead. So thank you, Professor Kuchi. And I would also like to thank Mr. Manish Sinha, Member Finance, Mr. Ajay Kumar Sahu, Member Services, Madam Gunjan Dave, Member Technology, for gracing the occasion. And of course, I thank everybody, those who have been associated, all the academic leaders, professors, our colleagues from TEC. A lot of students have come from NTI-PRIT team. I can see LSA officers also. I can see CCA's advisor finance is here. So in all, thank you all. And sir, we will definitely come out with the key takeaways from this 2-day workshop and place before the government, sir. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for taking out time and joining us here. We'll be having our second session at 11:30 p.m., 11:30 a.m. So do join us at 11:30 for the session on 6G vision. Dais.
Good morning, namaste. So I think this is a very, I will say, I will feel humble to be part of moderator of this session 6G vision. The vision which was, I think, I have next to me, speaker, the chairman of drafting committee, Professor Bhaskar Ramamurthy sir here. So I think he will be just dwelling more on what is 6G vision. Mr. Marcelo, Director Radio Connectivity Technology, ETSI. Mr. Suresh Chituri, Senior Director, Head of Technology Standards in Samsung, and in fact he has been the Vice Chair and guiding entire national activity in TSDSI as well. Mr. Manoj Gurnami, CTO Nokia India. So I think they have also set up a 6G, first official 6G testbed announcement in India, and that is in private sector. So I welcome all my speakers and colleagues who will be part of these sessions. They will be just covering their part. What is 6G? This elephant, so we'll be just touching from the different angles. And I being from earlier I was in the government, so 6G vision. So how this 6G vision, what is 6G mission, and what is this Bharat 6G Alliance all about? So I'll be just touching briefly, and most of the technical work will be done by my co-panelist. And we will be having a certain question and answer at the last if time permits. So again, very good morning to all of you. So this Bharat 6G Alliance, before that I think let us go to this, in 2018 there was a report called Making India 5G Ready. And that was also done by Department of Telecommunication along with the MIT and DST, which are the three departments in Government of India responsible for funding. And in this process in 5G, there were 6 task forces at that time. They were on spectrum, regulatory policy, standard participation, use case labs, and technology trials, education and awareness. Why I am referring to? Because these all those 6, we came up with the Making India 5G Ready because they are ingredient of any technology. So 5G and related technology, 6G and related technology. So it means, अभी नहीं आ रहा, अब ठीक है? Yes. Thank you. So those actions as a country, any country has to take those actions, that there has to be very clear vision on spectrum. Regulatory policy we started in 5G, and we did lot of work before 5G was rolled out, like ROW, alignment of ROW, how street furniture and other things will be used, building laws, and I think there is a lot of work which we have to continue with any technology if a country wants to take the lead. So here also when in 2021 in November, we formed Technology Innovation Group, and again I had the opportunity to become the member secretary of that group from the government. So there were 6 task forces. Regulatory is missing because as I told that continuous, at least we are aware that we have to take, and with the successful rollout of 5G, which all say, so I think we have lot of learnings, including what is standards also. So at least though 5G was a very moderate contributions from India, but we have lot of learnings, what is standards, why a government, industry, startups have to lead 10 years in advance. So I think this time we are 2 to 3 years just behind, but I think we were taking actions through TSDSI, TEC, academia and others from the 2020 itself. So this time we are not, there is no lag. So there were spectrum, multi-platform next generation network that was headed by none other than the Professor Bhaskar himself, who is here. Standardization, that was the chairman of TSDSI right now, so he was heading this group. Ecosystem for device and systems, naturally device was by Professor Kiran Kuchi, and spectrum by Professor Karandikar, who is now Secretary DST. So I think we will getting lot of help in actualizing those not only those recommendations, entire development process of 6G. Innovative solutions by ISC Bangalore. What can be the different use cases and why a country should take lead from the very beginning. And naturally, how government, different wing, not only Department of Telecommunication, but entire government approach, they should fund this all the process. That's important. So based on this, Department of Telecommunications, they came up with a vision statement, which they say design, develop, and deploy 6G technology. That is very broad. I think this is in sync with entire other part of the world. But more important is the ubiquitous part, intelligent and secure. And what is the output? High quality living experience for the world. So it's not that we'll be just working in isolation. So we'll be working with all other stakeholders in development of technology part and as its progress. And you will see that they were based on the affordability, sustainability, and ubiquity. So they are, I think, broadly covered in the ITU framework, which was done, I think, 22nd June initially, and subsequently it was somewhere in 5 days. It has been rectified. But I think each word, I think, I'm sure that Professor Bhaskar sir, I think, who has been this architect of this vision statement, he will be just covering, so I won't be covering. This is a Bharat 6G mission statement, and this is a government of India's statement that we have to start 5G advance, because we are aware of that you can't jump start, and then 6G technology, and it has to be for the benefits of a common man in India. And I think whatever is covered under our vision statement, that has to be enable India to become a leading global supplier. That was the statement covered by Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Minister, and at different forums. So it's just a statement how to make this a reality. That is it's a very tough task, entire country along with the other ecosystem partners, because it's not nothing to do with just telecommunications. Because even people thinking that even 5G means Department of Telecommunications or TSP will take the lead and that's all. It's not. That is just mere connectivity part. If you want to utilize this one, then you have to go utilize the compute part. Connective compute, then there is a unlimited collaborations, and where all ecosystem partners, we are saying education, you are saying health, you are saying logistic, they have to work together. We have to bring them together from the very beginning in this process, not when the technology rolled out, which happened. So I think entire world is saying that there is no use case. So it means they have to work from the very beginning, and in fact not only them, but so many social groups as well, because we say that SDG, it has to fulfill certain SDG goal by 2030. It means we should not wait for 2030 to come and then start working. So I think we have to enroll, right now I am saying from Bharat 6G Alliance, that they have to part of this deliberation, that how the government will take the actions to make this Bharat 6G mission objectives a reality. Because this 6G, and this is Apex Council in the Department of Telecommunications, headed by none other than the Honorable Minister himself. You will see this side, all the government, mostly you will feel that they are present. So whether this, and there are two international experts as well, Professor Paul Raj, who was the chairman of steering committee in case of making India 5G ready, and Mr. Binod Dham for semiconductor. And then you will just see that principal scientific advisor to PM himself is here. So all the R&D institutions, DST and CSIR, all are covered under him. And then Secretary Telecom, MIT, DRDO, Space, MIB is Ministry of Information Broadcasting, we call it in India. And then Defense, that is the Signal Chief, MOD is Ministry of Defense, National Cyber Security Coordination, Chairman TSDSI. So this is just I want to clarify that all the standards related activity will be directly given to Department of Telecommunication of this committee by Chairman TSDSI, and same is the case of COI operators. Then they are very much important ingredients, so they have to directly work with the government. In addition, they have to work with Bharat 6G Alliance as well. So they are part of this Apex Council to take the decisions. And there are 4, you will see 17 to 21. They are academic researcher, R&D lab, industry and startups. The 4 members will be come from Bharat 6G Alliance. So this is, I think, I just wanted to clarify here. And Mission Bharat 6G head will be the member secretary, and naturally C dot is a separate entity. And TCS also you will see that, because I think we thought that those are the 2 important ingredients right now in case of 5G, so let them be directly there as well. For implementing this, who will realize this? So you will just see that all your government and TSDSI COI was there. So that's why this Bharat 6G Alliance, this is a industry-led body, it has born, and there is a statement itself that it will be facilitated by the government. So it can be the Department of Telecommunication and other wings. So it has all, and very much important is the societal needs 5G advanced and 6G technology. So coverage, capacity and experience, what will be different required, so will be coming with so many papers and others, publications and recommendations to Department of Telecommunication, other wings of the government, that how they should fund for 6G making a reality, whatever is mentioned in the 6G vision and objectives. This is the relations in brief, that there is a Apex Council, then there is a Bharat 6G Alliance, which is represented by industry, academia, research bodies, startup, etc. And then there is a governing council, then expert committees, working groups and coalition partners. Coalition is important, I am referring to like NextG Alliance is there. So we had our first MOU with the NextG Alliance of USAF, and Honorable President of US was visiting India, and that was done on 31st March. And naturally, all these groups, they will be working, it can be the expert committee, it can be the working groups, or further the governing council of Bharat 6G Alliance, which was initially founding members, they have formed, these are the 7 groups. So why I am just referring to spectrum, we all know. But what is meant by spectrum, that as a country, we have to be very sure from the very beginning. We should not wait for some word is called WRC. WRC discusses those subjects which are put forth by some institutions or some countries. So as India also, we have to take advance from the, and I'm sure that they are all doing, because I just saw in TRI recommendations that there will be so many exempt spectrum and regulatory sandbox, etc. How can experiment with our startups? Device, sensors and manufacturing ecosystem, so we have to work on all these things. Technology, applications, so you will see that most of the things are like other part of the world. But last is 6G use case and revenue stream. I am stressing here, because we have to make a technology which is available for the common man as well, plus operators should take a decision. Why operators should take a decision that I will invest? So the thought process, I think it may be because it's a governing board, this one, that TSPs has a very important role to play from the very beginning, and not wait for the technology trials or at the late stage. So they have to be from the very beginning part of contributing this, that why, which are the various use cases, and they can make the money. So I think we will also try to make pilots, etc. as soon as possible, maybe at the different use cases within the country, and we will be working closely with the government, industry and startups. I think this is, since all are aware of, I won't be covering this. And these are the founding members of Bharat 6G Alliance. You will see all the operators are present, IITs are there, and so many startups you will see. I was associated as a TCO India, because I am director of there, but Bharat 6G mission head is a permanent invitee in the approved MOA by the government. So he will be sitting in all the governing council. In addition, even government can become the member. With this, I would like to thank you. If any query, then please write to me at dg@bharat6gline.com, and all membership details, etc. is available on Bharat 6galliance.com. So thank you. I think. Now I think I invite her for introducing the next speaker, Professor Bhaskar Ramamurthy, sir.
Professor Bhaskar will talk on meeting new India's telecommunication needs with 6G ubiquity, affordability, and sustainability. He's from IIT Madras and PhD in electrical engineering from the University of California. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, please welcome Professor Bhaskar.
I'll use this. Yes. This, I can do this here itself. Yes. Okay, thank you. Very good morning, afternoon to all of you. You have to excuse my voice, sounds like it's going through a GSM codec, but I've been fighting this through gargling and so on, partially successful. Okay, so what I will do is, this is a sort of somewhat of a view of this, what 6G might look like and at least what we might want it to be from seeing it from India. It's sort of a little bit of an India-focused view, moderated, of course, by some understanding of what's going on across the world. So there are three very high top-level objectives when 6G gets deployed. We want ubiquitous coverage, and I'll be coming to these specifically in this talk. We also want it to remain affordable. One of the nice things that has happened ever since 2G came to India in a big way is that mobile voice and then mobile broadband has been truly affordable in Indian terms. Affordability is a relative term, and that's just reflected by what you see on the streets, kind of people are using it, and the number of subscribers and so on. And then sustainability. I think it's now such a large energy footprint in the country, such a large amount of electronics that's getting made, procured. We have to really worry about the product life cycle. We have to worry about the energy footprint. So the India context is that we have leveraged technology, telecom technology very decisively for our advancement. We are continuing to do so. The numbers of subscribers, number of broadband subscribers, mobile broadband subscribers, I think tells the story. It has transformed lives and livelihoods. This is very, very important. I really never thought I would live to see the day when, our street sellers and people who carry headloads of vegetables on their head and sell home to home and so on will all use these devices and use it for their livelihoods. Just the sheer numbers, there are 160 million more smartphones being purchased annually by about 300 million households. So there are very few things that many of these households buy with the kind of making the kind of investments they're making as they are doing with smartphones. Obviously, it makes a difference to their lives. And of course, manufacturing and exports are booming. We heard a lot of talks yesterday, right from the Honorable Prime Minister downwards. We also, because it's mattering so much to us, I think India has belatedly started making important contributions to global standards so that these technologies better serve our needs. Till 4G, and definitely with 2G, which was the first one that made a big difference here, we just took what was available and saw how it would help us. In many ways it did, but many of the ways it could have helped us, it didn't. So we're trying to influence the trajectory of these new technologies. In the case of 5G, I think just making it clear that we need this low mobility, large cell kind of use case in our rural areas That itself was very hard to get across, since it's the first time we were trying to make a new requirement felt from India. And we went through this 5GI, and now it's of course part of the release 17 itself. And in IMT 2030, I think some of the requirements have been very clearly spelt out and influenced from India with, in partnership with many countries, especially the connectivity, ubiquitous connectivity, sustainability, and interoperability. And I will refer to these. The 6G vision, I think it dovetails into the fact that by the time 6G will become a reality, will be a $7+ trillion economy. I was telling somebody in the morning, it's important to understand something which I wish more economists would do, which is to look at the per family GDP. People look at per capita, but per family is an important thing, because there are a lot of transactions that take place within families, especially in cultures like India, which are important economically, but which are not captured by, because a lot of it is, you know, we pay for people's education, we pay for the, looking after elders and so on. A lot of it is not really seen as a transaction, but it's very important. Even the household, even the number of people dwelling in a house is different in India than elsewhere. So, and if you therefore take that into account, if you take the difference, huge difference in the average number per household in India and elsewhere in the world, if you look at the per family GDP, this number actually becomes very significant. So we want the technological advances in 6G to impact not just the coolness and comfort factor, which is important. Indian users are no different from elsewhere in the world, but also the lives and livelihoods of people, because in this transformation, which will be ongoing when 6G hits the road, we want to be able to enable a lot more remote skilled services, and I'll try to allude to this again later, more remote meetings that are more, as close to the experience of a physical meeting as possible, and much more seamless human-machine and machine-machine communications with high reliability, low latency, and so on. Many of these are common user requirements elsewhere in the world. We want ubiquitous broadband connectivity. That is, of course, now in the IMT 2030 requirements itself. And I already said it has to be sustainable, and this will automatically also ensure to a great extent affordability. A lot of the affordability in India comes from the careful building in of sustainability into various technologies and systems and solutions that we use, right from the stage in which the solution or technology is conceived. So our key focus areas are broadband for every home and every small office. And therefore, this has to be through an integrated, dense, wireless and optical network. We believe millimeter wave and terahertz wireless communications, millimeter wave particularly, which has sort of went off on a little bit of a wrong trajectory, as it is now very clear in the early years of 5G, but probably has to come back, very high data rates, adaptive radio interfaces, and we want to take very high-speed broadband to every nook and corner using these technologies. We will need space terrestrial integration in a much better way than what's being conceived of even now to ensure ubiquitous coverage. Because we really don't want coverage holes across the country. Right through 2G, 3G, 4G, and now even 5G, there continue to remain coverage holes in the country, and I'll come back to this. We want mobile broadband networks with very high spectral efficiency, because we're running out of the nice bands, 4 gigahertz and below. So there's no way out. We need probably more RAN virtualization and low energy footprint to improve sustainability. New sensors and devices for tactile internet that will enable remote skilled operations, AR, VR, and so on. Much better user interfaces. Any developments in this globally will naturally play into these important livelihood defining use cases in India. And I think in order to better use spectrum, we just have to find more ways of coexisting, particularly in these higher frequencies. So the first important thing we have to do is, so India went from no telephones in the homes and offices to mobile phones. So people use mobile phones for voice connectivity, even from 2G days, even in their homes. There's no other phone. Now people use mobile phones for broadband connectivity, even in their homes, even in their shops. There is no other connectivity. The proportion of homes and small offices in the country that have wireline connectivity is quite small. And it's likely to remain that way for many, many years. The reason is, I don't have time to go into that in this talk, but the trajectory in which our urban development and peri-urban development takes place, many people lament about it being due to lack of planning and so on. Only part of it is true. A lot of it is just the way it's almost a theorem, that's the only way it can happen. And the way it happens is there's a constant flux. If you go into any of just drive out of these metros and go anywhere in the country, you'll see building activities non-stop. In that kind of an environment, it is very difficult to maintain wireline infrastructure. And therefore, I think these very high frequency, these millimeter wave and higher frequency communication systems, if we can use those to deliver gigabit per second initially, but maybe, and very soon, 10 gigabit per second kind of connectivity to homes and offices, just that last few hundred meters, fiber will go on the main roads, but not into the colonies. I think this can be a very important game, because there's only so much with the kind of shortage of spectrum that we're going to face. I think mobile broadband should be used as much as possible for mobile use cases, and as less as possible for nomadic or fixed use cases. And we need to take broadband into the home using a combination of optical and these kind of near line of sight technologies as a supplement to the sort of umbrella mobile broadband coverage. And this technology has to be very affordable. We must not forget at what price points home broadband is being offered in the country. So one good thumb rule is if the per line cost, per port cost comes out to the same as what happens today with, say, GPON, including the cost of laying the fiber for the last few hundred meters, then it will compete. If it's 10 times that, you can forget about it. It's not going to happen. As I said, if you look at the night light map of the country, even over the last 10 years, you'll find there are parts of the country where nothing much seems to be changing. There'll be a whole huge patch in the central India where you have our forested areas where large populations live in sort of semi-forested dwellings, a lot of tree cover, and then you have the desert areas, then you have the hilly areas. In all these dwellings, now electricity has reached them, but it's obviously unviable to put a terrestrial network. So cellular coverage is very patchy. But I think the country is committed to take, just like it has taken water and electricity to all these homes, it has to take broadband to all these homes. And satellite communication is definitely a or non-terrestrial communication is definitely a very important technique to do this. I think with LEO satellites, they will get something, no doubt about it, in the next few years. But we all know that you can get some reasonable, very modest rates, bit rates provided you're out in the open from handsets. So this has to work to handsets. You're not going to have big satellite phones and briefcases and so on. That's not what's going to take off, both from an affordability and from a usability point of view. But if you want handsets to work, then we have to keep looking very carefully at this new technology that is coming up quite fast. Initially in the defense applications, but I think this is going to come. This has very good potential for coming into commercial telecom networks, and that is what are called variously is called. Sometimes it's called pseudo satellites. Sometimes they're called HAPS. But these are platforms that fly non-stop for weeks. At a stretch at about 20 kilometers. So that can give you the link budgets that you need to take broadband connectivity even inside single-story homes and so on. So we must look very carefully at this sort of NTN solution. This can be very important at least for India and several countries. The affordability is a big issue, but I think there it's a question again of how fast the technology is moving. There are both the battery technology for running those planes, drones for weeks, and the the corresponding wireless technology that you need, because this is like, it's like a situation where one of those cells will cover many, many terrestrial cells, including all the gaps. And how do you manage handoffs? How do you manage spectrum? How do you all, this is not something that's new. It's been looked at in mobile systems. For small cells, it's the other way around in mobile systems. So here the normal cells become the small cells and this becomes the big macro cell. And, but this is something we should look at very carefully. So I'm not getting into the technology issues too much. It's technical in the sense that these are the key technologies that are likely to play a role, but I'm not getting into what might be the way to do it. The next level, which I think is not, we won't discuss it in this conference, in this session. So a large number of Indians, very large number, engage in skilled labor. They travel continuously to places that need their skills. Think plumbers, think electricians, think rural areas, think suburban areas. And there's a shortage. In the quality pyramid, people who really know their chops, there's always a shortage. And I've already seen use cases where just pick what's available in their hands, 4G phones, with very often with WhatsApp calling, video calling. People are already using this to intervene and guide a less skilled person on the spot to get a job done. I myself have been witness to use cases like this, and it's just that that's all that's available, but they make do with that. There's a huge potential for new applications of tactile internet, with somewhat low latency, not necessarily the kind of grueling specs that you need for V2X, and innovative UIs. I think the user interfaces have to become better. These AR, VR, these kind of interfaces, but become much better, much more affordable, and of course good connectivity speeds, so that the levels of productivity for such remote skilled operations improve a lot. And this can become very important in India for both addressing what's going to remain for many, many years to come, shortage of skills. As you go up the quality pyramid, there's always a lot of people who claim they know how to do that stuff, but they need supervision and guidance from people who really know what has to be done. And improved incomes as a result, and improved productivity. So this is something that is going to become very important, I think, in terms of the use cases for what can be done with 6G. We've run out of nice bands. Nice bands are bands below 4 gigahertz, right? Up to 3.5, you can just about say it's okay. What's happened in 5G. If you go to 6 gigahertz, which is where 6G is going to go, in India at least, I know monsoon rain will deteriorate link budgets by some significant amount, because our raindrops, anybody who's tried to get under cover in our rain here, as soon as it starts pouring, you know that you can't, if you have to go more than few tens of meters, you'll be drenched, because the water drops are so big. So any system you set up will see a deterioration by several dBs, at least in the link budget once it starts raining. And so all these high, even bands which are beyond 6 gigahertz are going to see some problem, and with millimeter wave and so on, there's going to be a lot of issues. So the propagation at millimeter wave and higher frequencies is almost line of sight. It's both bad and good. It's bad because you really can't use it the way we've been using mobile broadband in India, to go into homes, diffract, scatter signals into homes and so on. It's not going to work. But on the other hand, you can reuse spectrum much better, and that could be very important for the other use case that I was trying to tell you about, which is to take fixed broadband into homes. And because you can really reuse spectrum in these frequencies in three-dimensional space very well. But it will require new licensing models, other than the area-based model that we use today. And we can also look more seriously at coexistence with satellite services. We need to really worry about assessing the aggregate interference to the satellite from all the millions or tens of millions or hundreds of millions of phones across the whole country. I know that satellite operators and ISRO is very concerned about this, and there's not enough technical work going on to really assess. Everybody does worst case analysis, worst case from their point of view, and there's no meeting ground. It is possible, actually. We can fly drones, for example, or aircraft over the Indian Ocean, sufficiently far away from the whole landmass, get an estimate of the interference, and then you can extrapolate what it will be at a satellite. So, or you can make measurements by even flying a satellite to just do this. It's very important to get a good handle on this, because otherwise I think this coexistence is going to be a pipe dream, because everybody is talking about it from their point of view, not able to reconcile. And what I see glaringly missing are hard measurements. So I think I've tried to cover ubiquity, sustainability. I think, the footprint, the energy footprint, there was a slide, and it seems to have, somehow I missed the slide. Where was the one on MIMO? And here it is. I seem to have missed this slide somehow. So sustainability and higher capacity of mobile broadband. So we do need, if you want to do all these, AR, VR kind of applications and remote skilled operations, so on, you need higher capacity. And already we are seeing the energy footprint of 5G networks is significantly higher than earlier networks. It's also not going to be easy to add nice spectrum which propagates well. So single cell MIMO, which is what has given us some of the capacity increase that has occurred in 5G, and 1-1 reuse, which is reusing a spectrum in every sector, which started with 4G, 3G itself, but with 4G very well. All of these are reaching their limits in terms of what they can give us in terms of spectral efficiency improvement. And MIMO, single cell MIMO is very energy intensive, because you're relying on scattering energy in multiple directions so that it will reach the user from multiple directions and give the ability to transmit, 2, 4, typically 4 streams to users. But then you have to scatter energy in all directions. On the other hand, if you want to be sustainable, you have to start beamforming energy towards users. If you do that, then MIMO will not work that well. Spatial multiplexing won't work that well. So we have to increase capacity while being sustainable. I think we have to move towards a lot more towards communication with multiple transmission points. So we need more cell-free communications, and we need more fiber penetration to enable that. So we need denser, smaller cells, more fiber penetration to those transmission points, and but to run all these networks well in an energy efficient fashion, I think we need more virtualization also, because then the compute can run on really good platforms which are optimized for energy consumption, which have got renewable energy sources powering them and so on. So you need all these convergence of virtualization, dense optical and wireless networks working together, and much less dependence on blasting 100, 200 watts in all directions to try to get maximum data rates to users no matter where they are. This approach, I think, is getting to the limits of what it can do. I somehow missed this slide, I'm sorry. Okay, so I think the mission, Mr. Patak also had parts of this slide. This is there in the 6G vision document. We want 6G technology to be a powerful force multiplier in the country for the economy, because this economy has to grow to 7 and then to 15 trillion, and this 6G will be right in the middle of that phase. And India will have to be a leading global supplier of sustainable and affordable solutions, not only for the country, but for other parts of the world, particularly a public goods infrastructure. Think of UPI, think of any other technology in the world which enables affordable and cost-effective and efficient transfer of money, even at level of sub-dollar, 50 cents, 60 cents. Our flower sellers in Chennai take UPI payments. We usually pay them 20, 30, 40 rupees per transaction. Which technology allows you to do that in a cost-effective and efficient fashion? So that kind of thing has to come into other use cases. And we want to ensure that India contributes significantly towards meeting these goals of ubiquitous connectivity, affordability, and sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bhaskar, for a very insightful presentation. Moving ahead, our next presenter is Mr. Marcello Pagnocchi, Director, Radio Connectivity Technologies, ETSI. He will talk about network evolution beyond 5G. He is an MSc degree in electronic engineering from the University of Naples, Italy, and has 30 plus years of experience in the ICT field, working for several companies from providers to operators and carriers in few countries where he has dealt with different technologies for fixed, radio, and network management. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Marcello Pagnosci.
Namaste. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for inviting me. I'm here representing ETSI, and you know that ETSI is a founding member of 3GPP and also supporting the work of 3GPP groups. So what I will present today is where we are with the standardization and the path that will bring from 5G to 6G. Okay, so I will give a brief overview of the releases. You may know that 3GPP work on releases, and these releases are linked to different generation of mobile, 4G, 5G, etc. So we had the release 15 and 16 that were the basic of 5G, and then we went from there to release 17. This release 17 enhances the 5G work with more vertical industry need, with new radio operation in a licenses band, MIMO, and different function that you will see in the release. But then we go to release 18, that is the current focus of the groups. Basically, the completion of this release 18 is scheduled during next year, and we'll have a balanced evaluation in terms of broadband versus further vertical domains and market needs. We will have device evolution versus network evolution, and this will bring us to 5G advance. So there will be a mid-generation marker, because we will see here how we will evolve from the current work on 5G and 5G advance to 6G. So basically, where we are now with 5G. This is developed by a large community of interest and ready to deploy. And considering 5G, we have now almost 250 commercial network already launched. This data is from this year, April from this year, so possibly now it's even bigger than that. So according to the GSMA, we have 2 billion 5G connection by 2025. So this is development on a grand scale, but the majority of deployment are not standalone as of now. So widespread standalone deployment is taking time, more time than first predicted. So you can see here the 3GPP releases timeline. You have here the quarters and the number of plenaries of 3GPP meetings. So you can see that we are now at release 18 functional freeze, and we will go for next year to release 19. What are some of the functions? I will not detail them all, and my estimate predecessor speakers already mentioned what are the functions that will come in the future. You can see here there is integrated sensing and communication, there is artificial intelligence, there is satellite. I'm not going to list them all, but this is what is release 19 normative work is happening now. We had already a workshop on the release 19 this year, and there was a lot of interest on that. You can see there was a lot of submission, both for the radio access technology and the system architecture. So there were a number of contributions that focus on 5G advanced. So release 19 basically will be a bridge to 6G. Here you can see other functions that were proposed during the workshop that match with what we have seen until now in this morning presentation. So what is happening is in 6G. There are a lot of initiatives worldwide. You can see here a few. And it's normal that they are in this way because there are a lot of research initiative that then will bring those items to standardization. So what we have to do in 3GPP is then to collect what will be the result of this research and pre-standardization work, then to develop and have a vision of 6G. One of the things that we are looking for, well, that let's say the world that all these research projects are looking for is to have the physical world meshed to the digital world. So you will have digital twins, you will have a connected intelligence that will match what is happening in the physical world, so that you will model the physical world in this. So you have seen already this picture a few times, I understand, and what was the basic function of 5G, you've seen that others are added, like integrated sensing and communication, integrated artificial intelligence, and ubiquitous connectivity. But these, as already been said, will all be sustained, but other things that we will have to look for. For example, security, privacy, resilience, sustainability are matters that will be pervasive of all the work that we will do in 3GPP. So here you can see the windows of opportunity. There are a few lines that at the bottom you see the one that is currently 3GPP is looking for. So you can see that for the time being we are still in release 19, 5G advanced, and the release 20 that will come in the year 2024 and 2025 will have release 20. So what will be in release 20? There will be 5G advanced requirements and will be studies about 6G. So we do not expect for the time being to have requirements that are concerning 6G before release 21. But indeed, the release 20 will contain a study about functioning what will be 6G. And you see here also the path that are foreseen. Well, what I have to remark that these dates are tentative date. This not been agreed yet in 3GPP, so may subject to change. But what does it mean that we are not doing anything in standards work about possible 6G? No, it's not that, because we are also doing some projects that will involve technologies that may then arrive in the 6G standardization and requirements. So in ETSI, we have a kind of groups that industry specification group that look at the research and pre-standardization work and try to make them mature to then be submitted to the real standardization. And for the time being, we have 3 groups that are quite relevant and possibly, most likely, will be part of what will be standardized in 3GPP. So the first one is reconfigurable intelligent surface. This is a group that is already have a couple of years now. It's relatively new, but they already have published deliverables, and they are still working on other, of course. And this basically build about collaborative project with global initiatives to pave the way to standardization reconfigurable intelligent surface technologies. We have another one that is terahertz, that is looking to technical foundation for the terahertz technology. This is, I have to mention that these ISGs are both for ETSI members, but also for non-ETSI members. As you can see here, each one of these group has members, but also participants. Participant means that organization, industry partners may participate to this group if they would like so, so not having to become necessarily ETSI member at the beginning. So the third one, it's very new. They will have the first meeting next month, say 17th of November. There will be the first meeting of ISAC, that will be integrated sensing and communication. Basically, it will be an opportunity to organization, ETSI member and non-members, to coordinate the effort on this technology. So more members are welcome to join. So in case you want to join that, do not hesitate to contact ETSI, me as a first step, and then I will provide to you the colleagues that will work on that and can support on that. ISG, I mentioned, it's a kind of group that it's an incubator for research. Apart from the three that I mentioned that, as I say, are quite new, there are a number of ISG projects in ETSI. You have here on the right a list of them. What I should say that already some of them have result in work that is brought then to 3GPP. Like, for example, I can mention multi-access edge computing, MEC. Another thing, another ISG that has been important, it's also millimeter wave. I have to mention that in order that to enable artificial intelligence to be secure, just recently, in September, this September, so there is a typo here, this is September 2023, here at the bottom right, the industry specification group securing artificial intelligence was converted to a technical committee. What does it mean? It means that the work that was previously done in industry specification group as a research and pre-standardization has finally arrived in the technical committee to do the standardization work, and this, as I say, was recent, so this new technical committee will then build of the result of this previous group. I should also mention that here that we in ETSI have also another tool that allow members and non-members to develop standards about software. There is a new kind of group in ETSI that is called Software Development Group, and this is a tool for members that want to develop software. So basically, we are supporting the development of software with a number of organizational tools that will enable any group to finally develop the software they want. Here we have few examples, are not really linked to 5 or 6G, but if there is any need to have those for the new needs of 5G Advanced or 6G, we can start this. So where are we with 6G? Basically, we have the assumption that 6G may be developed in 2030, but these are expectations that may change due to several factors, by market pressure, for example. So we have 6G now in as a research and vision phase, investigating potential technology, and the more formal standard will follow later. So basically, we expect to have 6G in release 20, and the release 21 with the really service requirement, starting around 2024, 2025. So as of now, there is no consensus of what is 6G, but most likely will be a mixture of a gradual technology evolution with some new concepts. You can see here on the right a number of subjects, a number of matters that are brought to the attention of the 3GPP and will likely be as a foundation of what will be the standards for 6G. So what we would like to highlight is the fact that we have a geopolitical situation that may stay for some years, but from a standards point of view, we know that it's important, fundamental to have one standard, a single global standard. So we are neutral, both ETSI and 3GPP are neutral, so we treat every member equally. So, and this is essential in the cornerstone on this standardization to lead to unique global standard. So there are a lot of regions that want to be leader in 6G, rightly, and I think that we need to make sure, we need to ensure that with this neutrality, all players can be leaders and can feel that they are leaders in that. So it's paramount importance that we strive to maintain one single global standard that has been the success of 4G and 5G, as we all know. So here you have my address if you need further information, and do not hesitate to contact me to have more details or to be put in contact with my colleagues that will support you for any need that you may have for standardization in ETSI and 3GPP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Marcello, for this insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker will talk on use cases, requirement, timeline, and technical concept. I would like to invite Mr. Suresh Chituri. He's the Senior Director and Head of Technology Standards at Samsung Research, Bangalore. He is responsible for emerging global and regional technical standards and research in various technical domains. Mr. Chituri currently serves as the Vice Chair for TSDSI India, which is the India's Telecom Standards Development Organization, STO. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Suresh Chituri.
All right, we went from morning to afternoon, so good afternoon. Thank you for the warm welcome. I know I'm between lunch and you, and I try to wake you up a little bit, maybe. Yeah, so I think it's been a great session. I don't know if you attended the opening session, but I think there's a lot of energy there, and energy can be contagious, right? It's really exciting to be here and to be in the middle of the start of 6G in some sense. Of course, we don't know what 6G is, right? Exactly, and I think it's kind of a developing story. But I feel this is a great initiative with every G and every year. I think we've been seeing how India is progressing, and it's really proud to see the journey. At least I've been tracking this for the past 6-7 years, and it's been phenomenal. In fact, I think we are advancing our approach in many ways. We have, I think, drawn global visibility. If you look at 4G, it's been more about, deploying the technology, and when we did in a large scale. So the kind of 4G deployment that we have, has been really great. In fact, when I travel abroad, I keep telling people how good our 4G deployment is, because when I go to Netherlands or UK, it's really bad. I mean, I can't make my voice calls properly. I cannot use it as a hotspot. So in a way, we really I think test the technology in India, right? We are very robust, and also. When in 5G, of course, in 4G, the standardization was not very strong, but we had a very strong deployment. And in 5G, we have seen India actually start to really engage into standards in ITU. I know we were slightly, maybe a little late, in the ITU process, but we did have the LMLC scenario. We did see people trying to bring contributions to 3GPP. And here we are at 6G, where we're trying to start, at the same time as everybody is starting. So this is a phenomenal progress. I think, like I said, we are advancing our approach year by year, generation by generation, and I think Mr. Pathak, you said that probably going forward, we cannot, we're no longer, kind of in a catch-up phase, but we are probably, as good as anybody in the world. Particularly, I think, I want to say that, ITU vision contributions that happened this year in June, some of these framework definitions were contributed heavily by India. We have been seeing standards participation in 3GPP also increase. And more recently in September, I don't know if you're aware, but we did organize 3GPP meetings here in India, plenary meetings. And this is very significant, what we have done, thanks to TSDSI team and DOT and everybody involved, because getting these meetings to India has many, many benefits. It's not only making us easier to attend, but we need to tell the global community more about India, and the best way to teach them is to bring them here, right? So that's maybe my introductory, remark on this presentation. So yeah, so 6G, the reason I say initial view here is because it is indeed really, developing, right? So what we have from ITU is basically a vision framework. So vision is saying, okay, this is what we want to achieve, like any other vision document, right? In 10 years time or 15 years time, and that's what has been set out. And I think it's collectively we need to kind of brainstorm, and this is the right time to actually think about, what is it that we need specifically in terms of use cases, specifically in terms of technical performance requirements, and then followed up by the standards. Yeah, so 5G experiences to date, I mean, of course, 5G is being deployed now and in a very fast-paced environment. And there's a lot of work happening. I know people think 5G, did not kind of take off the way we wanted it to be, but I would tell people that, please have some patience, because deploying in large scale and complete deployment does take time. And in fact, we have some perspectives from the end user. For example, if you ask some people in the US, people believe that it has higher bandwidth, so it's better than 4G, right, in terms of the bandwidth. But if you ask people in Korea, people say, well, I can do everything, I do with 4G already. So, what is 5G bringing me? And then battery also, there's a drain, right? Because 5G, it's more complex technology, so it does, drain your battery in some sense. So there are mixed views. But then when you look at operators' side of the story, the ARPUs are a real challenge, right? Operators are really important because they make these kind of investments. So we need to make sure that the revenue generation for operators is also important. And we have actually seen that the ARPUs are actually reducing, over time, or not over time, but marginally reducing. I mean, you would expect with these kind of investments, the ARPUs have to increase. right? So that's the trend we are seeing. And however, I think, given the kind of investments that are done in 5G, there is a lot of effort in terms of looking at new use cases. Uh, of course, the basic connectivity, I mean, you've seen numbers on previous slides that we have 2 billion connections already on 5G and so on, but I think the real revenue drivers are very important. So I think things like FWA, private networks, slicing, edge compute, I think these will happen, and you've seen announcements in this conference where, fiber, to the home wirelessly are also being looked at, and Professor Bhaskar also talked about that. So some of these I think will come in due course. So I think that's, we need to continue to invest in 5G. In fact, 5G standardization is still not done. We are in 5G advanced now. So don't misunderstand that, okay, 5G is over, we're quickly going to move to 6G. A couple of years standardization work is left, and then the deployments may take a few years till we get full deployments. So I think we're in a kind of a spot where we're actively trying to commercialize 5G, find new use cases, but also, trying to look ahead into 6G and see, what are those things that we need in 6G. And also from an operator's point of view, we're clearly seeing some technology priorities like, I think sustainability or energy is becoming very important. Security is becoming important, right? Automation, so trying to take advantage of AI as much as possible to kind of not only optimize, but also make it cost effective. And ORAN, you might have seen. Yeah, so now moving to 6G. So given the experience that we have with 5G, we believe that we need to kind of think 6G quite differently, right? We cannot no longer think how we thought from 2G to 3G to 4G to 5G, but I think we need to kind of be a little bit more innovative, because it's not just about the connectivity anymore. So it's about new paradigms and how to kind of, it's not just about bandwidth, number of connections, right? And what we expect is, I think the shift from 5G to 6G, is going to be very moderate in terms of throughput, right? And also, yeah, in a sense, we should not no longer look at it as a pure, pipe. We have to look at it as, more services, and some of the attributes that we see are, becoming more AI centric, sustainability, and also ubiquitous coverage, and security also is important. So when you have quantum computing, so you need to make sure, you're able to secure your systems with those kind of compute. Yeah, this you probably seen this wheel already once in this session, but you'll be seeing that a lot in the next few years. So I won't go there, but clearly I think one thing that you should take away is, if you look at the 6 dimensions, now it's a hexagon and then we have a wheel. If you look, 3 out of the 6 dimensions are already somewhat an extension of 5G, right? The EMBB, massive IoT, and the low latency. So these are, I think, going to be built. So what is disruptive in 6G are the 3 new usage scenarios, which is sensing, AI, and the ubiquitous connectivity. And then you have these overarching values of sustainability and ubiquitous coverage. Yeah, so I think, like I said earlier, one of the important things is, we need to kind of develop and define 6G, making sure the market reality. So we have to make sure that what we develop in 6G is actually going to hit the markets. So I think researchers are good at thinking about technology, but if you don't connect to the market reality, and if the gap is wide, then we're not very successful. So I think that's something, it's kind of a lesson learned from 5G. That when you're trying to research, take into account the real use cases. So everything starts with like the real use cases. I mean, in fact, even when 5G, when we started in some of the standards that we developed, we were trying to meet things like XR and VR. But the reality is that, with the current deployments, we cannot fully leverage the XR and VR use cases, right? So which means, we need to wait for 6G for those type of use cases to fully take off, like the immersive use cases. Right. So then quickly, because this is a standardization workshop, I want to kind of give you a little bit of perspective on, what are some of the considerations we should take for 6G and particularly in 3GPP. I think it's important to have a very good timeline. Uh, as you might have seen or heard that, IMT 2030 means that, we have to get the 6G out by M 2030. So we have to keep that in mind and sort of develop a plan, how to get the 6G out. And we believe that by 29 or so, when it's time for ITU submission, we should have a very stable version of 6G which solves all the use cases. So we don't want to kind of do multiple phases, avoid the confusion in the market, and have one 6G, initial 6G, which is ready for commercial deployment. Then verticals. So I think verticals is going to be talked in 6G as well. I think we have to be very selective this time and see, which are those verticals that really need connectivity as the backbone. So I think that's, going to be a conversation. And then, we may still have phases like we have in 5G and 6G as well. But again, like I said, having the right first release is extremely important. Yeah, timeline, I won't spend too much time, but I just want to say that right now, as the ITU work is going on, 3GPP will also work on 6G in parallel. And the most important thing, I don't have the microphone here, right? Okay. Yeah, so the most important thing is, as you can see, 6G is actually not very, very far away, right? So we are now trying to firm up what goes into release 19 in December this year. No. I use the middle button. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. So release. Yeah. So I think what's important here I want to point out is release 19 content will be finalized in December this year, and you'll have about 18 months, and which means by end of 2025, release 19 will be done. However, in January or Q1 of this year, or next year, sorry, we're going to start conversation on 6G and 3GPP. Like SA1, which is the stage 1, is going to start to look at requirements for 6G. So I think it's really important to start looking at what's happening in SA1 from release 20 onwards. It may not happen in Q1, but potentially in Q2. We're going to see some discussions already in like what are those types of use cases. And in 3GPP, once you have these use cases, then you derive requirements and then the downstream groups work on the technical aspects. There is also a potential, and there are conversations going on that we may have a use case workshop in 3GPP sometime in Q2. And this is specifically to invite all the regional alliances, and I think B6GA also should take this into account, because this is an opportunity where I think all the regional forums would actually have to come and express what is important from a use case perspective, and those will all be consolidated in 3GPP stage 1 in release 20. And then of course, we follow the normal process in 3GPP of, doing stage 2 and stage 3. And yeah, I think what we see is, release 20 is going to be a release of only studies mainly. And then 21 will be the first normative release. And we hope to deliver the first version of 6G at the end of release 21, which is in line with the IMT 2030. And then of course, you will have subsequent releases. Okay, so I need to speed up a little bit. Yeah, spectrum is actually quite important. I mean, without spectrum, we cannot deploy wireless technology. So what is a bit different from 5G and 6G? There is a lot of focus on the upper mid band. What we're seeing is, of course, WRC will be coming up in less than a month. And I hope there will be some agenda items to develop spectrum for 6G. The key difference, of course, 6G is also going to look at all the bands, but there is a lot of attention on upper mid band, because that is where we're starting to call that FR3. If you're familiar, we have FR1 and FR2, but the mid-band, higher mid-band is going to be FR3. And I think that's where a lot of the studies are going to happen to see. It's no longer possible to get a large chunks of contiguous spectrum anymore. So I think it will be interesting to see in the upper mid-band, what is that kind of size of spectrum that we can secure for 6G. But also reforming some of the other bands, like here we've listed maybe, with the broadcast mobile convergence, is there a way to kind of reuse some of the broadcast spectrum? And also DSS was introduced in 4G to 5G, but it was kind of an afterthought, right? So dynamic spectrum sharing between 4G and 5G, there's a lot of overhead, and in a way, we don't like it. I mean, I can go into detail, but maybe not right now. So I think we have to kind of start thinking about it right from the beginning. How can you kind of efficiently share spectrum between two generations? So yeah, some of the goals of 6G is here, and then we try to say where are some potential architecture innovations. Of course, there's a lot of service-based nature of things that we could do. We can evolve the protocol and interface specifications. How can you make technology more UV-centric is one thing. And then what exactly is the functional split between the RAN and core? This is one very important aspect. I know I don't have time, but I just want to highlight that one of the biggest problems we faced in 5G is the way we developed the overall architecture, right? It's not a problem as such, but I mean that was a request from a lot of the operators, is to be able to have this non-standalone, standalone, and that created a lot of confusion, added a lot of complexity. So we want to kind of go towards a pure standalone architecture, and we think that's probably the best way to handle this. So have standalone architecture and make that the single architecture, right? Now you can have a migration strategy from 5G to 6G by having a dual stack, similar to what ATSSS architecture has done in 5G or multi-SIM has done, and that will meet most of the scenarios that operators are looking for. But also it gives a lot of flexibility to integrate multiple accesses like satellite and Wi-Fi or whatever that may be. So this is one thing that we want to do or we are looking towards 6G, is not to have this 7 kind of options, but go with a single architecture option and sort of have this aggregation done at the core network at UPF. Now in terms of core network evolution, I mean there are 2 paths. You can have an enhanced 5G-C or you can have a 6G-C. And of course there are pros and cons to it in terms of how much of a clean slate deployment we can do with 6G core versus how fast you want to bring it to the market. Obviously, there are pros and cons, so it's on the slide. Yeah, then I have a couple of slides. Maybe it gets published online, so please have a look at it in interest of time. We have some concepts here that we believe from the physical layer that would be potential for 6G, and then also for the higher layer. Yeah. All right, so with that, I would conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Moving ahead, before we part for lunch, I would like to invite our next speaker who will talk on Technology Vision 2030. I would like to invite Mr. Manoj Gurnani, Chief Technology Officer and Head Strategy, Nokia India. He is a business technology leader with an entrepreneurial mindset. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Manoj Gurnani.
Namaste and Jai Hind. Honorable Pathak ji, respected Professor Bhaskar, my distinguished co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually not standing between lunch, but rather desserts and this session. So, the title of my presentation is Technology Vision. I might sound like a bagpiper, but believe me, whatever I'm going to present is based on a lot of studies, and a lot of scientific research which is done by Nokia and our fountainhead organization called Bell Labs. What I intend to cover is the following. I'd like to cover technology, how it shapes up in the next 7 years. How will network, which is the underlying fabric, how will it actually be looking? The business ecosystem, which talks about the consumability and the use cases. I'll not talk much about the use case because I think that's been covered duly well in the previous sessions. Okay. In general, what we believe is that the future world will be governed by two major factors, right? The first is human augmentation, which basically means you'll see plethora of AR, XR kind of technologies, and that's pretty much consistent with what other panelists also touched upon. The second is going to be an amalgamation of physical and the digital world. So what we believe is that there are going to be three distinct worlds which are going to exist. One is we, the human beings, the human world, the value system, the culture, the emotions, that will pretty much exist. The second is the physical world, the objects, something which is tangible. And the third will be the digital replicas of human beings and the objects. So these three worlds, the human world, physical world, and the digital world, will be at interplay. And this is what is going to make the life very exciting in the coming years. It's not going to be only about metaverse and those kind of use cases. Many of the use cases going forward will solve big societal use cases, and it's basically going to be the use case and the use of technology with a purpose. So before I get started, very important for us is to understand that what are the macro trends, both economic, technology, which will shape the world in the coming years, right? So let me start with macroeconomics. Regional trading blocks, we have already started to see. It's already going to become a fragmented world, and we are seeing enough signals of it. And I'm not trying to suggest that free trade will not exist, but technology in general will be governed by the regional forces, especially the critical technologies, be it semiconductors, be it critical infrastructures. All these technologies will be becoming more and more fragmented, and which in general is not very good news. I think if I go back to the 3G world, there were recognized three tracks of 3G which we saw. There was WCDMA, there was a Chinese version, TDS CDMA, and then of course we had the CDMA 2000 EVDO kind of evolution. And we all saw what happened. I think the beauty of 4G and 5G was the global harmonization, right? And that's something which is very important for us to ensure that that momentum and that direction kind of continues as we actually walk in the 6G era. AI regulation, yes, there have been a lot of talk on responsible AI. I think that will continue to be the case. Most of the policies will be governed by AI. There will be huge focus on network securities. I mean, we all know, I think next generation wars will be more cyber wars in nature, both in terms of people who create troubles and also the defenders. Digital inclusion basically means broadband, and we believe that affordable, meaningful broadband is going to be the fundamental right. Right? It's almost like food, shelter, and clothing. So broadband will be actually in that category. Let's not forget that almost 2 billion people in the world today are unconnected. Sustainability is going to be another topic. Climate change, as we all know, is a reality. So a lot of innovation and product creation will ensure that the energy efficiency is taken care of. Biodiversity and geodiversity loss, again very important. Because of the scarcity of the raw materials, there will be a lot of focus on the circular economy. And we have already started to see a huge amount of focus on the ESG topics. Population migration and demographic shifts, aging population, lot of urbanization, which is going to really load the infrastructure, especially into the main towns, to a great deal. And that's where the technology will come to the rescue. So these shifts is something which we'll continue to witness. Innovation. I think when we talk about innovation, you cannot not innovate. And what we expect is that innovation again will have a lot of regional flavor. If you go to North America, I think innovation will again be very product oriented, very solution oriented. But if you go back to the Europe side, it'll be more IPR oriented, it'll have more industrial approach. So that's what we actually forecast is going to happen. Semiconductors, again, a very, very vital area. I think Moore's law is no longer going to be applicable is what we believe, because we have kind of hit the saturation level. There'll be a lot of focus not on the computing power, but more on the efficiency to make the chips more power efficient. There'll be focus on introducing new materials. So semiconductors is going to see a little bit of a shift in that sense. Quantum, again, I think when we talk about security, quantum safe is going to be so important. But we believe that there are not going to be major breakthroughs in this area. There will be incremental, small changes in terms of the, when we talk about the innovation in this area. Who are going to be the spending parties? We believe bulk of the spending will be driven by climate change. The second will be medical engineering, and third will be the defense technologies. And we are already seeing that today. Let's talk about how our work life is going to be affected. It's going to be AI-driven productivity, right? And I need not overemphasize this fact. But we believe that while there'll be shift in the skill sets, AI will still be the net employer. So with this kind of macro trends, let's see how the technology is going to shape up. We believe that there are going to be three broad technology themes which will emerge in the next 7 years. One is going to be metaverse, and I'm not talking only about the consumer metaverse here. There'll be cloud, which is all pervasive, and then Web 3.0, because it'll be more peer-to-peer worlds. The central agency will soon be dying down, and there will be a lot of trust-related work which will be required. And with this, we believe that the metaverse market opportunity, now if you look at the amount of work which has been done by massive work done by the analysts, the metaverse opportunity is going to touch almost 13 trillions in the next 7 years. Edge computing, $500 billion. Web 3.0 blockchain opportunities, 200 billion. The good news is that the world, especially India, is already thinking in this direction. If you talk about Web 3.0, you'll be happy to know that India has almost 75,000 blockchain professionals existing today. So we are all prepared in that sense. And more importantly, at the intersection, at the center stage will be AI/ML, which is all pervasive technology, so it's going to be touching all our lives, all the themes. Before I move into the network side, very important to understand the devices side. Generally speaking, you would see that there is so much of talk in terms of the network evolution, and typically the devices are 1.5 to 2 years behind in terms of catching up with the network. The synchronization between the network technologies and device, therefore, is extremely crucial. We have seen this in millimeter wave. This should not be repeated when we talk about the future generation technologies. Very interesting point, India is actually a country which already sees 4 generations of technologies which are coexisting today. We have 200 million plus 2G subscribers, 3G still is there in the network. We have spread of 4G, and 5G is already, pretty much everywhere in India. And the talk of 6G is already on. Devices, we believe, no rocket science here, will be driven by ergonomic factors. Battery power, the size, they will be more multimodal in nature, and I think it will be driven by a lot of industrial use cases also. So it need not be only the consumer devices which we are actually talking here. So a lot of technology advancements in areas like energy harvesting, low power IoT will be needed. Let's talk about the user expectations. When we talk about the user expectations, I actually have three broad categories. Of course, the consumer and the enterprise, but the most neglected so far will be the developers. As we talk about the network monetization, and which is such a topical area today when we talk about 5G monetization and others, I think the most respected user will be the developer community. And when we talk about things like network as a code, open APIs, etc., I think developer will be at the center place. Importantly, it's going to lead to a ecosystem in which you'll have much more practical use cases emerging. So in terms of user expectation, given the focus on data security, privacy, we'll have a lot of ownership of digital identity, meaningful connectivity, like I said, will be the basic right. People will want options. In terms of the AI models, we believe that user-driven AI models and network-driven AI models will be at interplay. So there will be a lot of interaction between the two models. And open APIs in general will become the de facto thing. So that's on the user expectations. Let's see how the future network looks like. Broadly speaking, I think there are 9 areas. I'll touch upon everything in the, given the paucity of time in a very, very detailed way. When we talk about the service delivery is not going to be done by one single person. It's going to be a true multiplayer and multi-party system which will emerge. The capacity will be more demand-based. We believe that going forward, there will be a lot of hike in the uplink traffic. So the capacity will start to become more symmetrical. Today, it's very lopsided, very downlink driven, but it'll start to become more uplink oriented. In terms of performance, a lot of focus in terms of resiliency and autonomous operations will emerge, right? So orchestration, zero-touch resiliency, meaningful performances. Ubiquity is something which we all talked about. Sensing is going to be something which is still a research topic, but 6G will start to see sensing in a big way. Sustainability, efficiency, and security and privacy is something which I already touched upon. AI. Telecom and AI is already happening, right? We at Nokia are using AI in a big way. In our own, when we start doing the network planning, when we maintain the networks, predictive care, proactive care, all these things, AI is already actually used in a big way. When you design a product, you design for AI to ensure that all the future AI requirements are actually met. So AI is going to be the bedrock when we actually design the product. Network building. Of course, we talked about ubiquity. So there's going to be a complementary way in which the terrestrial and the NTN or the non-terrestrial networks will be working. We believe that it's going to be a world in which 90% of the geography will be covered by the CSPs, but balance 10%, I think it's going to be the NTN and the terrestrial working, in tandem. For extreme performances, we believe that there'll be a lot of specialized networks which will be needed, and all these networks will, so for example, you'll have a network which is dedicated only for in-vehicle performance. There will be a network which is my own personal networks, which will actually include my smartphone, my wearables, and other things. Similarly, a dedicated network for industry. So there'll be a network of networks, and like I said, the service delivery will ensure that there are multiple players who are actually working in tandem. So in general, it's going to be a very, very open world. It's going to be a very, very democratic world, when you talk about these technologies. It's not going to be dominated by one single entity. Metaverse, nowadays the most abused word. We believe that metaverse is already the reality. And we at Nokia believe that there are 3 kinds of metaverse which will exist. The first is more OT-centric. When I say OT, it's operational technologies, more robotics, more automation, more industry-specific. This is something which we call it as digital twins. We already see, if you YouTube digital twins, you'll already see that it's already a reality. All the big companies like Siemens, Volkswagen, Whirlpool, they're all using digital twins in a big way. So in that sense, it's already a reality. The second enterprise, which has started to show some green shoots, is IT-centric, something which we have all been starting to use. It's more enterprise using. Our team experiences the collaborative way in which we work in our organization. That's the enterprise metaverse. So that's the second type of metaverse which we believe. Unfortunately, there is a lot of talk and a lot of hype which is created on the third category of consumer metaverse. And we believe that consumer metaverse will start to show results when 6G arrives, because it'll need very, very high performing networks, and also ensure that the devices which are needed for consumer metaverse, they are also available. My last slide. In terms of the 6G use cases, I'll try to touch upon sensing, in which what we are seeing is that the network itself behaves as a sensor. In a country which is so widespread like India, where security and safety are such important topics, we believe that network as a sensor technology, although it's a research topic, will really be extremely useful. If you talk, so the important thing is that without the need of a physical sensor or any carrying a phone or without any wearable, you are basically able to gather enough information about a person or an object, be it velocity, be its mass, be its any material properties, temperature, etc. And by gathering all this important information, it can lead to tremendous amount of use cases, be it road safety, be it rail safety, be it health monitoring of our rural population or our senior citizens. So the amount of use cases which will emerge will be tremendous. So like I said, I think when you talk about the future use cases, it need not be only the consumer metaverse or a gaming or more glamorous use cases. It should be more societal in nature. So that in general is what I try to cover in this technology vision. So in summary, it's going to be an amalgamation of the physical, human, and the digital world, which will be shaped by three amount of users, the consumers, and the developers. I already touched upon the technology shapes and the technology trends which would emerge. And in short, I think it's going to be a very open and a very democratic technology era, which we are all going to witness. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now with this we come to an end of all the presentations. I request Mr. Pathak along with all the speakers to kindly join us on the dais for a quick Q&A. If you have any questions, you can please address to our speakers. We are short on time, so we'll only take a few questions. If you have any questions, just raise your hand. We'll get you the mic. So please introduce yourself and address your question.
Thank you very much. I'm Kishore Narang, just a practicing design engineer, and I'm also into standardization. So about 6G, when we talk, sustainability has been identified as one of the cornerstones. But what I'm hearing is very, very kind of point solution to point problem. Sustainability cannot be achieved like that. I think what we need is system view and system thinking, that for each and every block of the architecture or whatever ecosystem, the value chain, signal chain, we need to look at that. Are there already some kind of a thought process around how to achieve sustainability in 6G or going future networks?
Yeah, it's very interesting because at the last TSDSA workshop, we had a session on sustainability. And there was a lot of brainstorming that happened. And I mean, I think sustainability is not going to be like a 1 year, 2 year approach.
Absolutely.
It's going to be, I think, multi-year approach. And at least from standards point of view, I can tell you that energy efficiency and energy savings or energy as a service, these are starting to be looked at. And there is some work that's ongoing. Yeah, I think right now, the solutions that are being looked at are, like you said, there
point solution.
Yeah, it's like maybe narrow in kind of vision, but you need to kind of have an end-to-end, and it's always, energy is always a trade-off,
yeah,
right? I mean, you want more technology, then of course you're going to consume more power. So how do you balance and make it? And I think Professor Bhaskar also gives some examples of, don't keep kind of radiating everywhere, radiate where the user wants. the energy. So, yeah.
So one of the concern that is really prominent is AI. We are talking about leveraging AI left, right, center in 6G and
So
future
maybe
networks.
on that
Yeah, yeah.
first part, I want to give maybe
Yeah, sure,
somebody wants
sure.
to. Yeah.
Okay. We can take offline.
Hello, my question is 1.5 questions. One question for Professor Bhaskar. You referred the thing that spectrum has to be used efficiently, and let's try to do the things, measure the satellite and the flight and all those things. As a matter of fact, the spectrum is being used, spectrum is studied in the working party 5D and 5. This based on the parameters what were given 50 or 70 years old for the satellite things. So they are not using the spectrum efficiently. And then we are comparing with this thing, the 3GPP, this technology parameters. So this anomaly doesn't give us the right perspective what we are to do. So I want to get your response, how to correct the things. That's one. Second thing is, Suresh, the thing is that, well, there's 5G alliance and all those things, we have made it over in India. But again, are we not going to reinvent the wheel in some of the things where the industry is already working for 5-7 years? Why don't we take the advantage of that, what they are doing on all over the world? 6G is not they are starting, they have already started working 5-6 years back. Thanks.
Spectral efficiency, is not just a question of bits per second per hertz. There are many applications where you need more spectrum even though you are transmitting less data rate, in defense particularly. I think the issue is, generally when there's shortage of spectrum, just like a shortage of land, you start looking at the neighbor and saying, oh, he's got so much farmland, open land, he should be building more. Can't do that. I think there is scope for coexistence in some cases, not all. And we should try to first take advantage of that, but for that you need some honest measurements, not just worst case calculations done by each party. That's my limited point. I don't think we can get very far with this business of, they are using spectrum inefficiently and we are not and so on. This is not going to work because the way the application is such that, if you take defense, for example, there are concerns about jamming, there are concerns about, spectrum's use is not just with how many bits per second per hertz you get. So I think we cannot use such simple norms. However, even as things stand, there is scope for coexistence if some proper efforts are made. That's limited point.
Yeah. So on your question, I mean, you mentioned about reinventing, but I think it's not. I don't think we are trying to reinvent 6G as a whole, but I think we are trying to make sure India starts this journey at the right time. And I think certain steps have been taken, but I think what's maybe important, what I can read from your question is probably the collaboration is very important, right? So we need to have the right stakeholders, the academia, the industry, and everybody work together, and then I think we're going to come out with something very meaningful. So I think that's quite critical in this journey. Of course, we always need to kind of make this wow impact because, why are we having this workshop in the first place, right? 6G is still 10 years away. So I think we need to set this vision. We need to start the conversations going. And I think that's what we have done, with the B6GA and also this workshop. But I think, we need to continue this and then let's see how we can make the best collaborations. And of course, personally, I think it has to be, it's global, right, at the end of the day. But yeah, I hope that answers. Thank you.
One last question, I think.
We can take one last question.
Yeah. So I'm Brijesh Shah from Reliance Jio.
Yes, just briefly about the question that we had. Yes, I think it's very important, the spectrum efficiency, also availability of global harmonized frequency, because as I've said before, having a global standard, it's also baked by a frequency allocation that can be harmonized throughout the world, and we look forward to that.
I'm Brijesh Shah from Reliance Jio. So which particular band will be used in the beginning for the 6G development and the deployment? Hello, am I?
Yeah.
Should I repeat or is it clear?
I think I understand. So which band?
Which band? Which band
6G will use in its first deployment?
Correct.
Wants to take?
Yeah. Yeah, so, I think it's going to be what we call it as golden band, 7 to 16, but that's where I think the future mid-band will be needed, right? So it could be 6 gigahertz, 7 to 16, which we call it as golden band. And the reason is very clear, because this is the band in which the grid is going to be the same. Your existing base stations can be best used if they start to also emit at this band. Right? So.
But what are the value additions will be there? Because in the millimeter wave, today we have the 28 gigahertz band, right? So what are the value additions will be there in that FR3 band, which we say from 7 to 13 gigahertz, right? So what are the value additions will be there in the 6G in that band?
So when you talk about millimeter wave, you're talking more on the high band or the capacity band. So what I'm talking about is the future mid band, which is going to be the 7 to 16. Right? So millimeter wave is more on the capacity orientation, right? So in 6G, we are talking about not only millimeter wave, but we are talking about FR3, which is the terahertz kind of bands, which will be explored.
Is it possible to bring the mobility? Is it possible to provide the mobility in the 7 to 13 gigahertz band?
That is the hope.
Okay.
He's more optimistic than I am, but hopefully. Okay?
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to express
Thank
our
you, thank you.
gratitude to all the speakers. Can we have a round of applause for all the speakers? Ladies and gentlemen, this was about 6G vision. Thank you to all our speakers once again for this very informative session. I request all of you to kindly step forward for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to an end of this session. Next session will be at 14:30 hours on the topic standardization efforts towards 6G. I request you all to kindly be present here 10 minutes prior to this session, which will start at 14:30. Thank you once again. Enjoy your lunch. please welcome Mr. Prakash R. with a round of applause.
So, good afternoon and thank you for the introduction. I'm going to give you, as a moderator, we asked for 5 minutes to talk about TSGSI. TSGSI is the telecom SDO. So we are thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity. There's another one, I think. Is there another variant of this? This 1 minute. I think we need a different, just a minute. Don. Yes, yes. Just give me a minute. Okay. Yeah, I'll send it to him. Sorry. He sent it, I'll send it to him.
Can you send a mail? Yeah. I sent you on WhatsApp.
Mail, tell me a minute.
I'll forward to you. Fine. That is connected.
No, he's sending this. All right. Download it. Sorry, I thought you sent it to me.
No, actually, I thought it was like the last one.
Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be resuming this session in a short while. Meanwhile, requesting you all if you can occupy the front seats. Please put your phones on silent mode or on airplane mode before we proceed with our next presentation.
Okay. Sorry for the confusion. We had a version change. So just give you a brief overview. TSGSI is the Telecom Standards Development Organization of India. It's a members association. It's officially recognized by the Government of India and the various agencies. And TSGSI is one of the partners of 3GPP. The Indian ecosystem partners as members of TSGSI contribute into the 3GPP. TSGSI as a sector member of ITU, fronts some of the contributions of Indian entities into ITU, the most notable one being 5GI standards. The TSGSI also does transposition both of 3GPP and 1M2M standards. The standards developed by the members here also go to TEC, which is the national standardization body, and the after due process there has a chance of getting converted into the national standards. TSGSI also is working with IEEE and ATSC. So these are like, it's a multifaceted entity. And as a part of this, I also invite other participants here to get their organizations to, contribute here. Past few years, these are the critical organizations at TSGSI. Even though we are pretty known here, we are still a young organization. We formed in 2015. The key standards that have come out of TSGSI are cloud interoperability and portability standard, and 5GI, which is one of the IMT 2020 recognized RIT, the CIPRI front haul standards, and the multiple releases of 3GPP has been transposed. I will not go through those details, but all the way from 2G, 3G and 4G is a part of the partnership program. And recently the latest one, the ATSC standards have also, ATSC and 1M2M are the other standards that are getting standardized, so that you can refer to the standards from the Indian entity rather than going to an international body. Okay. Some of the key technical reports that are there, there's a very large list. I will not go through this, but I'll just talk about the key areas that we are working on. 6G, 5G enhancements and 6G, those are aspects that people have started showing interest. KPIs, the definition of 6G KPIs, the vision document, and through the deliberations that happen through in TSDSI, the members have gone to ITU and participated, and and as a part of the one as a TSDSI themselves and via the Indian TEC and the working group as a national contribution into ITU. The other aspects that we are working on are the use cases on VLC, new technologies, spectrum studies. Broadcast offload is a large body of work that is people are developing here. Open disaggregated RAN and open disaggregated networks in general, and wireless backhaul. On the application side, there are PPDR, drone communications, there are aspects on security, edge computing, quantum cryptography, M2M, and so on. Okay, so a large list of reports which multiple entities who are a mix of operators, OEMs, institutes, academia, and some service agencies all come together. So TSJSI is the premium forum for the telecom experts in India to discuss, deliberate, argue, and arrive at some sort of working body. Okay. And this acts like the precursor to taking it out to TSDSI and then push for a national standard. As of today, TSDSI has two technical groups, study group networks, which focuses on 5G, 5G enhancements, 6G, and related topics on the wireless networks, wired networks, and predominantly what people associate with this one. Study group services, I also serve as the study group elected chair of the study group networks. Study group services and solutions, security, applications, it focuses on the other layers more on the requirements to the networks, so national languages or language adaptations, and end-to-end frameworks, cloud interoperability, and providing the services. So along with this, there are forums. What we found out is the study group networks is a aspect where it requires some rigor. So there are forums, trip forums, and other forums where people are encouraged to come join in, and they're mentored, discussed, and then a more refined proposal goes into the study group networks, because not many people have standardization expertise in India. Okay. So along with this, TSJSI also conducts lots of workshops on this one, trying to bring various participants, and any topic of interest gets kick-started. We get all the stakeholders in and into a room, and this one. Contribution, I already talked about, we being a sector member, we being participant of 3GPP, IM, and so on. Okay. We've already talked about this, but in general, I'll use this forum to encourage all the participants here to look at TSDSI and as an Indian entity, use this to go become a member as a 3GPP IM member via TSDSI and contribute both in 3GPP and in TSDSI. So this is an overview of TSDSI. Thank you. Thanks to the organizers. So I can now introduce the next speakers.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead now, I will introduce our next speaker. We'll talk about initial view on 6G, use cases, requirement, timeline, and technical concept. Mr. Suresh Chaturi. Mr. Piyush Shetya is the Deputy Director General, Mobile Technologies at Telecommunication Engineering Center, New Delhi. He has over 28 years of experience as an Indian Telecom Service Officer posted in the various capacities in DOT, BSNL, and UIDAI. Currently, his work at TEC involves mobile technologies and future networks. He is heading National Working Group 12 and 13, corresponding to Study Group 12-13 of ITU, and has contributed significantly in ITU. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Piyush.
How do you change the slide?
Just
The dongle?
yeah, we have the dongle. Here is just click on the right side.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the introduction. Myself being from the organizing committee of the 6G standardization, I take this opportunity in welcoming all of you to the third session of this workshop. Today I'll be speaking on the overview of 6G standardization. So every 10 years there is a evolution of new generation of the mobile technology, and with this evolution every decade there is a increase in the requirements of the bandwidth, the peak data rates. As you can see, from 2G to 3G, the peak data rate increased up to 144 kbps, and in 4G it went up to 1 Gbps, and then in 5G to 20 Gbps, and in 6G, although there is a question mark, the peak data rates are going to be up to 50 Gbps, and then the research targets are of 100 Gbps and 300 Gbps. And also regarding the bandwidth in 5G, it was in the millimeter wave, and in 6G, it is going to be in the terahertz, from 0.1 terahertz to 100 terahertz. This is the ITU radio communication timeline and process, and the first 3-year cycle from 2021 to 2023 has been the development of the framework, and this the vision and the framework document has been released very recently. In the month of June 2022, the framework document was accepted by the Working Party 5D of ITUR, which deals with the IMT systems, and this framework was finally accepted, approved during the study group 5 meeting in September 2023, and with some slight modifications. And in the next 3-year cycle from 2024 to 2026, the work will be on the requirements for the 6G radio, and based upon these requirements, the evaluation criteria will be prepared on the technical requirements, which will be given by the different SGOs like HC, 3GPP, IEEE. And the next phase, the last 4-year phase from 2027 to 2023 is the cycle of evaluation and consensus building. And during this period, the different SGOs will be working on the detailed specification of the candidate technology for the 6G as per the requirements of ITU. And then they will submit these requirements to ITU for approval, and once the consensus is agreed upon, this will then turn into a specification or a recommendation. And after 2023, the OEMs will start deploying the equipments in the field, or it may be before also by 2029. And this is the famous slide of the usage scenario, as we have been seeing in today's discussion. There were 3 usage scenarios in 5G. EMBB has now been enhanced to immersive communication, and MMTC has been extended to massive communication, and URLLC has become hyper reliable low latency communication. And also, in addition, there 3 new usage scenarios have been added. Ubiquitous connectivity, which is connecting the unconnected, the sparsely and the remote, the unconnected areas. And the fifth is the integrated AI and communication. And AI has become a part of the communication, where and also this integrated sensing and communication is the 6th usage scenario, where sensing has become a part of the network. And other than this, there are four overarching aspects upon which the design principles of the 6G technology will be based upon, that is sustainability, connecting the unconnected, ubiquitous intelligence, and security, privacy, and resilience. And capabilities of the IMT 2030, there are 9 enhanced capabilities of IMT 2030, security, privacy, and resilience, and reliability, that is 10 to the power of 5 and 10 to the power of 7. There is one error of bit and in 10 to the power of 7. And regarding the latency has been increased reduced to 0.1 to 1 millisecond. And mobility has gone from 500 kilometer per hour in 5G to 1000 kilometer per hour. And then connection density has increased, the area traffic capacity, where the data which can be pumped into a square meter of area has gone up, the spectrum efficiency, the user experience data rate, and the peak data rate has been increased. And also, there are 6 new capabilities, that is coverage, sensing related capabilities, AI related, sustainability, interoperability, and positioning. These have been added. This is again the timeline. IMT 2020 is in the phase of the system deployment, 5G. And regarding the spectrum for the IMT 2030, the possible spectrum identification is supposed to take place in the WRC 2023 and also in the future WRC in 2027. So as you can see, in the 5G, we are in the period of the system deployment. And also for 6G, the system deployment will start from 2030 onwards. This is again the KPIs. 7 new KPIs have been added in the IMT 2030: reliability, coverage, positioning, sensing related capabilities, AI related capabilities. In the AI related capabilities, the AI computing and the model execution has been included. Security, privacy, and resilience is there, where preserving the confidentiality of the private, the individual's information. Sustainability, which is again India's proposal. This was India's proposal, and also interoperability. Capabilities of the IMT 2030. This again, as I have said, ubiquitous connectivity in the user scenario has been India's contribution, and also the coverage, sustainability, and interoperability has also been the efforts of India's proposal. And these are the motivational and the societal consideration on which the 6G technology will be based upon. Inclusivity for bridging the digital divide, and sustainability based upon the sustainable development goals. The energy efficiency has been taken care of, and for innovation, for defining new technologies, for enhanced security, privacy, and resilience, and ubiquitous connectivity, standardization, and interoperability, and also interworking with the different IMT systems, the non-terrestrial and the terrestrial. These are the user and the application trends of ubiquitous intelligence. The AI capability will help in the network to self-organize and self-monitor and also optimize. And ubiquitous computing has been shifted from the cloud to the edge and also to the user device. Then digital twin of the virtual world, as we have been hearing about, it is mapping the physical resources into the virtual world, immersive multimedia, then sustainability, ubiquitous connectivity, integration of the sensing and the communication. Sensing has now become a part of the network. These are the potential new services of holographic communication, the 3D information, with taking the help of the sensing information, and the tactile and the haptic internet application, network and the computing convergence, connectivity for everything because of the large number of IoT devices. This is one of the significant challenges. Then we have the AR, VR, and the MR for the immersive communication. Then machine type communication, digital twin, where the physical environment has been mapped into the virtual environment for the purpose of fault prediction. Then these are the system requirements for the IMT 2030. As the research is going on, the most likely band which will be used is the 0.1 gigahertz to the 10 terahertz band. Actually, the terahertz communication and also the orbital angular momentum technology, where the Gaussian waves, which have a helical wavefront and a phase singularity at the center, these technologies will be used because of the large number of theoretical orthogonal modes like the left polarization, the right polarization. These will be used for multiplexing and also enhancing the data rates of the 6G in the terahertz using the OAM technology. Then for the non-terrestrial, we have the high altitude IMT base stations, the HAPs, which are going to cover the unconnected areas and also increase the coverage, and this will help in tackling the radio propagation challenges over a area of around 31,000 kilometers square. Mostly this will be benefiting the areas where there is a large gathering, like in a big stadium, or also in those areas which are very remote and far-flung and sparsely populated. As I said, these are the HIBs possible deployment scenarios, wherever there is a temporary increase in traffic, like in a big stadium where there is a big gathering, this will come into use. And some of the international standardization bodies which are already working on the 6G standards, ITU is there, IEEE, ITSI, NGMN, 3GPP, ORAN, and TI of USA. The other international 6G alliances is HexaX, then Horizon 2020, NextG Alliance of USA, Infocom IMDA of Singapore, 6G flagship, and also GSMA. And this is India's effort towards 6G standardization. In November 2021, DOT has constituted the TIG, the Technology Innovation Group, where different ministries, R&D institutions, academia, standardization bodies, they have developed the vision, mission, goals for the 6G. And 6 task forces are formed, which are multidisciplinary for innovative solutions, for the next generation networks, spectrum, for the devices, for the international standard contribution, and also for funding the R&D. And this 6G report was finally submitted, and this is basically envisages that India has to be a frontline contributor in the design, development, and deployment of 6G technology by 2030, which is basically on the principles of affordability, ubiquity, sustainability, and interoperability. And the other effort towards 6G standardization has been the constitution of the Bharat 6G Alliance by DOT, which is a collaboration of the domestic industry, the R&D, the SDOs, the academia. And the purpose of this is to provide a push for India, a leader in the 6G technology, and also for foraging coalitions and synergies with other 6G global alliance by taking into consideration the international knowledge exchange. And also during the G20 summit, MOU was also signed between Bharat 6G Alliance and the NextG Alliance as an initiative of ITIS USA. So that is all from my side, and thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Piyush, for taking us through the whole overview of 6G standardization. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker will be joining us virtually, and our next speaker will talk about introduction to the work undertaken in ITU regarding IMT 2030. I would like to introduce our speaker who will be joining us through the virtual medium. Now, since the time we all know technology has grown so fast that we can connect anywhere in the world, so our speaker will be joining virtually. Uwe Lowenstein joined ITU in April 2020 as a counselor for ITUR, Study Group 5 in the Radio Communications Bureau of ITUR. Before joining the United Nations, he worked for more than 20 years at Telefonica O2 Germany, starting there in 1997, where the via Intercom built up the fourth GSM network in Germany. Based in Munich, he was responsible for the Telefonica activities in terms of spectrum management, frequency coordination, and electromagnetic compatibility, which is IMC. In his role, he supported the Telefonica local operating businesses in the representation towards the national regulatory authorities and participated at the German UMTS auction. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Uwe Lowenstein, Counselor ITUR, Study Group 5, SG 5.
The warm welcome, and let me start sharing my screen. I will go like this. Could you confirm that you can see my screen? Hello, can you hear me at all?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. So again, thanks for the kind introduction, and also for the Indian administration for inviting me, ITU, to this conference. Unfortunately, as has been said, I'm not able to join you physically because we are in the preparation of the radio assembly and WRC 23, which you all know is going to start in 1.5 weeks in Dubai. My presentation today will be about some issues, and we will have some overlap with previous presentations, but I will focus on those informations which have not been yet addressed in that detail, which would be some detailed information about the IMT process, and then also other activities on IMT 2030 in ITU, beyond those we have heard happening in Study Group 5 and Working Party 5D. As an introduction, for those who don't know, ITU is one of 15 special organizations within the United Nations. We allocate the global radio spectrum, coordinate the world satellite constellation orbits, and also develop technical standards with external organizations. And we also provide base information for disaster and emergency activities. As I said, my responsibility is within the R sector, the radio communications sector. And here we have the radio regulations, which in principle provide the information for the 3 regions, which frequency spectrum is allocated to which service. For the terrestrial services, we have Study Group 5. You have heard a couple of times today, and I think also in general, Working Party 5D is one of the key players developing the IMT 2030 technologies. But, and you will see later, we have also our colleagues from ITUT, the Study Group 13, where in the section of the future networks, the non-radio aspects are being dealt of IMT 2030. A brief glimpse into the history, the IMT family. Everyone knows the first one, IMT 2000. It had been published in the year 2000. We had all over 6 radio interface technologies. And we heard that throughout the migration to IMT Advanced, or nowadays IMT 2020 as 5G, as we know, we have less radio interface technologies. And now we are working on IMT 2030. And actually in the process, and you will see in the next slide, we are still having the definition of the naming, which has been proposed to be IMT 2030, which had been agreed and endorsed by Study Group 5, but which will be discussed and finally confirmed only at the next radio assembly happening starting on the 11th of November in Dubai. The market knows these radio interface generations as 3G, 4G, 5G, 6G. Within ITU, we only know and deal with the according IMT allocations. The process, the slide similar we have seen, I wanted to explain to you, but it has been done, that we have in principle 4 phases: vision, definition, which we nowadays call framework, but to that I will come later. We will then define the requirements and evaluation criteria by the ITU membership. We will perform evaluation and consensus building together with external organizations. And at the end, we have the specification recommendation, which will then be published for the membership. How we handle this now for systems beyond IMT 2020. The technology trends report had already been published. It's M2516, which describes the technical aspects and the future capabilities. And for this report, as well as for the recommendation, which we are about to approve, I will come to this in short time, we have received input from several verticals. And I heard it this morning already, that it is important for ITU to also welcome and accommodate proposals and input from verticals. So we had this for the new technology trends report, as well as for the new recommendation, which we know to be named the IMT framework. We have now modified the resolutions 56 and 65, which will be discussed at WRC in November. And we had also a workshop providing and sharing the information with the market, for which I have a separate slide later on. After WRC 23, we will deal with the requirements and evaluation criteria, and afterwards the consensus building. And currently scheduled around the year 2030, we will have the according specifications. Let's look at what had been in the workshop, which was happening in June last year. There were 14 national, regional, global research organizations invited, and they were elaborating on their expectations and considerations about the trends, about the usage scenarios and the capabilities we have implemented now in the draft new recommendation. Very interesting, already back then, now more than 1 year ago, we had this kind of general structure of these new recommendations with 4 chapters and the according tags and keywords I have summarized in this presentation. You still can have all the presentations which had been provided in June 2022 available on the ITU website. Let's look what is available in documentation right now. We have the ITUR report Future Technology Trends. As I said, it's published as M2516. There will be an overview of emerging services and applications. We have the technology trends and enablers, detailed as you can see here in the list. We have then the enhancements to the radio interface, which are foreseen and are considered. A lot of the words we have already heard today. And we have in particular the technology enablers to enhance the radio network, which is of course necessary for the next generation of IMT technology. The next step is the framework. Previously we were calling it vision, now it's a framework. And the framework in principle, as I said, is quite similar to what we had discussed at the workshop 1 year ago. So in principle, we have 5 sections: the introductions, the trends, the usage scenarios, the capabilities, and in addition, considerations of ongoing development. We have seen a chart, and which is actually part of the new recommendation, where we see explicitly that there are enhancements of 3 existing usage scenarios of IMT 2020. A lot of you will know this triangular we had for IMT 2020. And this has been extended by 3 new usage scenarios, which are beyond the communication usage scenarios. And this is also being shown in the chart, which we will see soon. So as we have a framework, I tried to collect what is part of this new framework. We had the 6 usage scenarios. We have seen this slide earlier, so I don't need to elaborate on this. We have the capabilities of IMT 2030. And as you can see, beside enhanced capabilities, we have 6 new capabilities for IMT 2030. But at the third puzzle, we have also a list of trends. And these trends might be really worth to look in more detail. So to see the studies on the technical feasibility above 100 gigahertz, for instance, I will show in my next slide some information on that, but also the spectrum harmonization. And as we heard today, the one other question, what will be the envisaged frequency bands? So more details about the current content of this draft new recommendation, which is currently in the approval process by the member states, and the deadline is going to be the, I think, 11th of December. More information you can also find on the Working Party 5D website on this. There's, as I said, the draft report on the feasibility of IMT above 100 gigahertz. And as IMT 2030 is expected to have extremely high data rates and also needs continuous bandwidth around of 10 of gigahertz, of course, it's also considered to access the spectrum in higher frequency ranges above 100 gigahertz. And this report will provide you information about the technical feasibility, propagation measurements which had been carried out, and I think ITU still needs to catch up with its study group 3 to provide according basis for the adjustment for the propagation models above 100 gigahertz, but also specific measurement activities are reported. And for your convenience, I have also provided the structure of this report. The timeline chart we had seen in the presentation by Mr. Chetaya, and thanks for showing this to the delegates already. So we will have for IMT 2030 the framework, which I just explained, the requirements and evaluation criteria. We will send out the circular letter, and I think this is very important, in particular for you here dealing with standards, from the meeting 46, which is going to be in June 2024 to the industry, to ask for potential radio interface candidate technologies to provide to ITU. And the deadline for the final submission would be end of 2026, which equals with the meeting number 53 of Working Party 5D. We expect to have a workshop to discuss the different proposals, and as we have heard, hopefully we will emerge and agree on one radio interface technology, because we heard today as well in several presentations of my distinguished colleagues that this would be very beneficial to have one radio interface technology for various reasons. Afterwards, we have the evaluation on consensus building if needed. We will publish the specifications, which, as I said in my initial slide, is expected to happen around 2030. At the beginning of my presentation, I told you that we have more than just Working Party 5D. There is, for instance, a new report which has been published as 2515, the Vision Requirements and Evaluation Guidelines for the Satellite Radio Interface of IMT 2020. So it's also part of this vision, maybe considered in the current development of IMT 2030. We have the colleagues from the broadcasting. They have prepared a new report, which the number has BT 2522, a framework for the future of broadcasting. And I have seen one slide where it was explicitly mentioned that there might be some leverage we could find in using the broadcasting technology and IMT technology in the lower frequency bands, but this will have to be seen. And then we have the new recommendation framework, which, as I said, is currently in the approval process. And once this is being published, it will also get the according number. In addition, we have ITU-T with its study group 13, and they are dealing and very active with several sub-working groups on the future networks and emerging network technologies. And I have provided you 3 examples here. And this altogether will then be the basis for the deployment and implementation of IMT 2030. So in summary, the Future Technology Trends report summarizes the anticipated developments, which I think we all here are very well aware of. We need to analyze, we need to get them out and in the market. And then with a new framework argumentation, it is described the overall objectives, including the use cases we have seen. And again, I can just encourage you, and ITU is working on this liaison with external organization is very important to receive the contributions from the market, from the membership. And then we have the liaison ITU internally with the satellite and broadcasting aspects within ITUR, and then, of course, with our colleagues from the T sector. And, well, share your ideas with ITU and be part of the IMT spearhead. And as far as I have recognized from the presentations so far, India is on the right way in doing so. Thanks for that. In last slide, we have the World Radio Communication Conference ahead of us, preceded by the Radio Assembly. If you need some information, you have some links provided here. And with that, I would like to thank you and hope to see many of you in Dubai. Thanks for your attention.
I request you to kindly be present for the whole set of presentations because in the end we'll have Q&A. Thank you once again for joining us here. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead, I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Shrikant Chandrasekaran, Country Head, IEEE, India Global Practice Lead, Foundational Technologies, IEEE Standards Association. He will speak about driving the next generation evolution of 5G towards a truly digital society. Sir has been associated with IEEE since 2012, focusing on developing key standardization programs in emerging areas, focusing on building end-to-end trustworthy devices and systems with emphasis on cybersecurity, identity, and privacy through his practice. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome sir with a round of applause.
I'm told I have 15 now. Quickly change 5 minutes. Good afternoon. Are everybody able to hear me at the back? Yeah, sure. Thank you. Once again, good afternoon, and thank you for IndiaMobile Congress for giving me an opportunity to talk at this event. Today I will be talking about a little bit on introduction to 6G. I think we have heard quite a lot about it. But hopefully I will also be talking about the work that we are doing in Wi-Fi. I am hoping that that's something new that perhaps we haven't heard before here, hopefully. And idea on the of my discussion on Wi-Fi is to talk about what we are currently doing and what is coming up with some use cases, right? Is there a mouse clicker or something? Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so just a quick introduction. I head the business operations for IEEE in India, but I play a significant role in standards. Apart from that, in my past life, I worked with Motorola and Freescale for about 17 years. I'm a senior member of the IEEE. But most importantly, what I'm expressing today, these are my personal opinions. It's not the opinions of the IEEE as per our bylaws. All right? So we will talk about some of the vertical industries, but my main focus is going to be around 802.11, right? So just a quick introduction of IEEE Standards Association. In fact, today, officially, we are celebrating 25 years in October of 2023. We established ourselves as a separate unit within the IEEE way back in 1998. We are known for some of the traditional standardization work in the power sector and the ICT space. But more recently, we are getting into new domains such as agriculture, pharma, and of course, powered by things like artificial intelligence and machine learning, right? But at the core of it, it's all about connectivity, but it's also to make sure that we are focusing on data governance. How do we keep ourselves secure? How do we manage privacy? How do we manage data identity? I think apart from technical requirements, there is a challenge today that we are all facing, right? So at one side, we are looking at how can we put more data on the pipes, how can we have low power, how can we ensure lower latency. But on the other hand, one of the biggest challenges we are finding is how do you deal with trust in technologies, right? So today, the trust factor in technologies is going down. So one of the key elements that we identify in identify standards focus on is how to build this trust in technologies. And those are driven by certain key elements such as identity, privacy, protection. So what we call as data governance in general. The IEEE Standards Association, we are a unique organization. In ITU, countries come and participate together, and so do in many other organizations. Within the IEEE, we have a couple of models in which we participate. One model of participation is where individuals come together and they participate in standards development. They represent themselves, right? So each human, each person, him or her, will get a vote in the working group. And the work that I'm going to talk about, which is IEEE 802, is predominantly working in that particular model. We also have a corporate membership. Now I think we are close to 450 corporate members, where entities come and participate, similar to an ETSI kind of a model, if I can say so, with some differences, right? So where entities come together and they participate, it's one company, one vote. And the interesting thing about IEEE working groups is you don't need to be an IEEE member to be participating in our working groups. So if you look at the individual membership, which is 8,000, those are the people who will get formal voting in the ballot. But you have a lot of participants who come and participate in the working groups. They are not necessarily affiliated with the IEEE or with the IEEE Standards Association. So if you look at the drivers for 6G, and I think we saw multiple different charts looking at various aspects, and I talked to a couple of them. I talked to the fact that security and privacy is becoming kind of a key concern. But digital inclusion, IEEE is heavily focused on the aspect of connecting the unconnected. There are quite a lot of projects that we are doing, and I will talk about it when I wrap up this talk on what we are doing on connecting the unconnected. But also the other drivers are sustainability. I think in the morning there was a mention of it, mainly from an energy efficiency perspective. How do we reduce the power? Of course, the other parameters are capacity and throughput, latency and scalability, right? Different application domains, some of them, with the advent of technology penetrating into all the industry segments, it's interesting that kind of the IT-OT integration along with each of the industry vertical adopting technologies, there are a lot of new applications that are getting into this space, right? So, for example, there is quite a lot of work happening in agriculture. Agriculture is driven by multiple technologies, not just wireless technologies, but there is also blockchain technologies that are coming into agriculture. Automotive, V2V communications, autonomous driving, I think that will be a key driver for 6G applications. And I think when you combine autonomous driving, remote driving with AR, VR on your dashboard, these are all fairly complex systems that are coming together. And it's not only multidisciplinary, it's actually transdisciplinary. Each system will have several technologies coming together, requiring extremely high data throughput, right? So I think the next generation wireless technologies, whether we talk about mobile wireless or fixed wireless, is going to drive these applications. One of the core sectors, I think gaming and entertainment, I think somebody made a mention of metaverse in the morning. I think immersive learning, right? Whether you talk about immersiveness in terms of learning or in terms of gaming applications, they are going to drive the future evolution of these technologies. Mining, we are already seeing digital mining having a significant play, public safety and smart cities, right? So these are some of the use cases that we wanted to talk about. A couple of them I will touch upon. I don't want to touch upon all of them. I think many of them have mentioned a few of these use cases, but new XSS service innovations, AI as a service, I think that is something that is going to come up. Wi-Fi is already looking at how can we use artificial intelligence and machine learning in deploying 802 technologies, and I have some information around that. Connected intelligent machines, I think people call it collaborative robots. They call it cobots also, right? Collaborative robots is an emerging area that's going to really take shape in the coming years. If you look at the overall ecosystem, I think it includes several players, right from equipment manufacturers to an application developer. I think this is just an extension of what we are seeing today in 5G applications, where you have chipset manufacturers, the infrastructure vendors, component manufacturers, then overlaying on top of it security and AI. I think one of the key differentials between 5G and 6G perhaps will security will be embedded in each of these components rather than as an overlay. So I will skip this, and I wanted to quickly go to IEEE 802 and kind of give you a view of what IEEE is doing in the space of fixed wireless technologies, right? So just numbers, I am sure everybody knows that Wi-Fi refers to IEEE 802.11. So today, if you look at it, there are a total of 42 billion devices that have been shipped cumulatively, 19.5 that are in operation. So you can, the first generation Wi-Fi devices probably they are sitting in the museum. Actually, it's a fact that the first device that used Wi-Fi, you can actually find it in the Smithsonian Museum. And about 3.8 billion devices that are getting shipped as we speak. And as more and more countries are looking at 6 gigahertz spectrum and Wi-Fi 6E operations, I think this is just going to enormously increase. I think there are almost close to 500 million devices that are already shipping on Wi-Fi 6E as we speak. Just a quick reference, back in the day, IEEE, we didn't have, like the way you had 2G, 3G, 4G, and we learned from the mobile wireless guys. We didn't have Wi-Fi 4, Wi-Fi 5. In fact, we used to go with the alphabets, A lot of people will know 802.11, A, B, G, N, and it was very confusing for the market. They couldn't just understand. So we implemented a name, the Wi-Fi group implemented a naming structure. So, so today's generation, we call it Wi-Fi 6. The Wi-Fi 7 draft is already available, and I think it's expected to be published in 2024. And it will operate on 2.4, 5 gigahertz and 6 gigahertz spectrum. And one of the interesting things is it will offer much wider channels, up to 3 to 20 megahertz channels, right? So, and the speeds up to 40 Gbps. So, when you come to the 802 group, they have a very focused view of what they are looking at. If you do not touch the MAC and PHY, there is no business to be in 802, right? So if you want to come and play in 802, then you need to touch on the MAC and the PHY, the bottom two layers and touching the data layer. Today we will focus on 802.11, but you would have heard about the other technologies, the Ethernet technology that's also powering quite a lot of application, 802.3. In fact, Ethernet is getting very popular in automotive today. A lot of protocol, the protocol CAN bus is moving towards Ethernet, and of course, time-sensitive network, which is 802.1 and several other technologies, right? So, in fact, there is a common joke within the 802 that if you have an odd numbered 802, you'll be successful. The even numbered 802s haven't been totally successful, right? So, and you can see it from the chart there. So what is in progress today as we speak? 802.11b, this is called Wi-Fi 7, extremely high throughput. I think it is about 40% more throughput. Wireless LAN sensing, I think that's a work that's coming up. People are quite excited about that work. But randomized MAC addresses, 802.11bh. I think this is very critical work. When we talk about security and privacy, 802.11bh and BI are extremely critical. In fact, they kind of introduced a draft randomized MAC addresses, they withdrew and they are reworking on it, because one of the things that 802 guarantees is backward compatibility. That means that you can use a Wi-Fi 4 device today connected to a different access point and it should still work. So unless you ensure that backward compatibility, they don't publish it in the market. So these are some of the work that's coming up, including ultra high reliability, and of course we estimate Wi-Fi 7 to be published in 2024. So there are a couple of working groups I wanted to touch upon. One is the Ultra High Reliability Task Group that just got approved a month or two ago. The work will actually start in November 2023. It is just looking at improved wireless LAN connectivity, reducing the latencies and enabling increased manageability of the particular devices. So I touched upon AI and ML. I think this is very interesting work, how AI and ML is having a play within the development of the 802 technologies. There are, I assume this deck will be available to others. There are some links that have incorporated where there is papers that have been published on applying ML to machine learning to 802.11. And this is looking at signal to noise ratios, the historical levels, and trying to see how we can do beam sector selection, right? This is one of the use cases they are looking at machine learning and how that can improve that support, right? There is also a task group on ambient power. We talked about sustainability. I think it's very important to look at energy harvesting as an overall area. They wanted to use Wi-Fi devices with zero power, quite a very interesting work. We started way back in 2015. There is a recent work that got published in 2021, and hopefully this will, the future devices and certain use cases will use ambient power. I will take about a couple of minutes and wrap it up, right? So, yeah. So some of the work that has been completed, 802.11az, which was the positioning features that got published earlier this year in 2023. We are also looking at light communication and enhanced Wi-Fi. So people might have heard the term Li-Fi that's coming up along with 802 technologies. That's also making a play. And of course, people who have been looking at DSRC 802.11p, the next generation DSRC is 802.11bd, which is focused on vehicle-to-vehicle communication. I will skip a couple of them in terms of time. So today we are at the third generation 802.11az. When you look at location-based services, I think location-based services is going to be a critical factor where AZ supports up to 160 megahertz channels. The fourth generation BK will support up to 320 megahertz channels and up to 10 centimeters or less accuracy when we are talking about location-based services, right? So the complementary standard on the sub-gigahertz is called HALO, which, depending on the country you are in, it works on either the 600 megahertz range spectrum or within the US and Korea and Japan in 900 megahertz range. It is extending Wi-Fi to far distances up to 1 kilometer with a much lower power consumption. We call it the 8 HALO, and there is also a certification program around it called Wi-Fi Certified HALO. All right. So we continue to enhance and support innovative services and business models. Last two slides I have on the use cases. Wi-Fi has been used in space. For people who do not know, they put actually access points on the space station, on the truss of the space station, and they were able to, in Japan actually, the Japanese space station, they were able to connect the automotive devices using Wi-Fi and navigate these robotic automated devices using Wi-Fi. Quite amazing, right? So, so Wi-Fi, it's the 9th installation of Wi-Fi device in space. The first installation of Wi-Fi happened way back in 2008. And my last slide, in India, we are working on connecting the unconnected. In fact, we are looking at a program in collaboration with Internet Society Foundation, where we are empowering 200 villages, where we are providing last mile connectivity using Wi-Fi and satellite communication for 200 villages in Kerala, Karnataka, and Bihar, and we are digitizing about 100 classrooms. So I think along with that, we are also providing training programs on technician level Wi-Fi training who are actually troubleshooting. CDOT has this program called Village Level Entrepreneurs, which are enabling, the training program is enabling these entrepreneurs. With this, I apologize for taking a couple of minutes extra, but I hope it was useful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was very informative and very interesting to know that Wi-Fi is in space as well now. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, and visiting faculty IITM. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Hanumanta Rao. Let's welcome with a round of applause.
No. I'll just take you through the India initiatives and whatever we're talking about. The two major technologies, one is intelligent reflecting surfaces and probable usage of terahertz bands. So we have done some amount of work there in both areas, and we have physical systems built. So it's more to talk about the hardware, what we have built, and how these technology is going to be implemented in terms of not on the deployment side as a technology demonstration there, showcasing them. So I'll take it to how we move to the present 6G and the kind of challenges what we are looking at there to build at these frequency bands, especially terahertz bands and even that higher millimeter bands. Then the India initiatives in terms of IRS and terahertz, and what kind of systems we built in these two bands to demonstrate the technology. So that's about Samir. Probably few people who are not aware of it. We are at multiple locations there, headquarters at Mumbai, and each center works specialized in working mostly in microwave and millimeter technologies. And we cover almost all the areas in terms of defense, societal solutions, industry, next generation technologies. The present, a small group working there at Samir, Calcutta at terahertz technologies and millimeter technologies. This is our journey along with the consortium what we have with five IITs. IIT Madras was leading there, Samir, IIT Kanpur, IIT Hyderabad, CVIT, ISC, and IIT Kanpur. We built the entire 5G end-to-end solution, and the technology is available for the commercialization, and the few deployments we did for a specific applications. And we built the first, the tiled array, the millimeter phased array in the country, and we built probably the functional, the 5G MIMO system. So that's the current status where we stand. It has been improved further in a couple of months back. That the photo you see, the RRH deployed there on the top of IIT, one of the buildings there, and we have multiple based RRH was deployed across the campus, and we have the functional campus network working at IIT Madras end to end. And coming back to the frequencies, why this terahertz bands and millimeter bands been appearing there. One thing probably you can see the MTT publication clearly says that you want to have a large amount of the data. The conventionally what we are going from the 5G to 6G, we have the MIMO systems which are working with the multiple channels with the 100 megahertz bandwidth at FR1, and FR2 we have 400 megahertz of bandwidth, and we are doing the beamforming in the phased array. But you want to have large amount of the data, the way people are talking about 6G, talking about 100 Gbps, or theoretically it should be 1 terabits per second. The kind of the requirement in terms of the bandwidth and the type of the antenna system, a simple math clearly shows that you have a large amount of the bandwidth, you have even the lower order modulation, even a single antenna system, you are able to achieve the almost 100 Gbps of data. So imagine if that has to be multiplexed there, if we can implement it there with amount of the bandwidth of 50 gigahertz or even the 10 gigahertz bandwidth, you're going to get the large amount of the data. But the question is how to transmit over the air. Those are the kind of challenges which you're going to face if you're going to deploy that amount of the data to be transferred over a point-to-point or point-to-multipoint. So these is one of the nice slides from Ericsson. So there are the multiple bands which have been talked about it. Always there's a confusion that what to do with the terahertz band and millimeter bands. They are not meant for the coverage. What application? I don't know. It's going to come there, the use cases. But the coverage bound to be always the lower band. What happened is in the 5G, we have for one use it for the coverage, still millimeter wave, still we not use it for the coverage. The similar thing, you're not expecting terahertz handsets at 2030 say that we are going to have communication at terahertz bands. At least my personal opinion, it's going to be completely impractical to have terahertz handsets. So the coverage may still apply at lower frequencies. Some of the frequencies which are being talked about it, leaving above 6 gigahertz band, even what you have seen from the IT side also, with one of the probable frequency could be around 7 gigahertz, another one could be 13 gigahertz bands. These are some of the probable frequencies. And higher bands, millimeter wave, anywhere between 100 gigahertz to 300 gigahertz. These are the few frequency bands which are tentatively designated, could be the probable candidates for the deployment. So there's the one frequency, we see the atmospheric absorption there around 140 to 148.5. So we get around 7.5 gigahertz bandwidth. So we chose that frequency as one of the deployment to showcase IRS and building the sub-terahertz systems there. And second one was at 270 gigahertz bandwidth, at 270 gigahertz frequency, we call it as sub-terahertz, and there we are building a terahertz testbed. So these are the challenges which we tend to get, though there is a kind of a lot of discussion happening there, whether non-terrestrial network going to be IMT 2030 or not, but bound to be there, kind of its presence as we move forward in the terrestrial to non-terrestrial network, that integration bound to happen. And we have the distributed and deterministic network architectures and a lot of intelligence going to be there. The way we talk about 6G going to be connected intelligence. So a lot of intelligence going to be there, and people talking about cell-free MIMO. So all those going to be some of the technologies which bound to come into the demonstration wise. But the challenges what we get to do that, these are the complications. These are what are the dreams you have there. These are things which are going to be the bottleneck if you are going to implement the applications what we are talking about it. In terms of the spectrum, the channel sounding, we don't have any models of those frequency bands. We don't have much models. They're sitting at even anything at millimeter bands, 100 gigahertz, 140, a lot amount of work was done, New York University. Then the atmospheric absorption at terahertz, what kind of distances you could demonstrate the transmission. Of course, I'm talking about the non-line of sight, line of sight, and what happens non-line of sight. Then the power what we can get with the devices at those frequencies, it could be the gallium arsenide or gallium nitride, mostly could be the BiCMOS or indium phosphide. The access to those kind of the fabs are not that easy globally. So that still is going to be one of the major challenge to build those devices. Availability of those devices for the way we started with the 5G, millimeter wave band was very, very complicated. By the end of it, it looked like all the chips are available for nominal prices. We expect same thing to happen there. And of course, the materials, that's going to be very challenging. The kind of the materials what we use for the building all the antennas and RF systems may not function in the terms of the tan delta, what we have them, the loss tangent and these materials. So we need to think about the new materials and the different kind of semiconductor devices to enable the technologies. And these are the things what we're going to implement in terms of the DSP side. We have all the complications. We're talking about the large amount of the bandwidth of 30 gigahertz to 100 gigahertz bandwidth. How to build the transceivers with specific application of low noise figure, get the required power in terms of the power amplifiers and the multipliers and mixers. Every subsystem going to be a challenge on its own. And the modulation side, the full duplex has been talked about in 5G, still not been reality. That's one of the technology which IIT Madras is building part of the terahertz testbeds and terrestrial and non-terrestrial network there. System performance, kind of the heterogeneous deployment, how that will be looked at, is going to be still a challenge. So these are the two India initiatives. Fortunately, Samir and IIT Madras part of both initiatives. So one is 140 gigahertz wireless link. We are implementing the IRS. So initially we started with the 5 gigahertz IRS implementation. That demo is available there in Samir's stall. We are able to steer the beam. And terahertz communication, we are already showing at 140 gigahertz wireless link with 50 gigabits of data. Of course, we're using the keyset equipment at T0, maybe down the lane here and art, probably you have our own devices to generate the signal and the data. And the two technologies what we talked, one is IRS, other one is orbital angular moment. Both are being implemented there, part of these two projects. One is funded by MIT, other is funded by DOT. So, Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated that. So probably most of people might have seen that the terahertz testbed, 6G terahertz testbed was launched by Honorable Prime Minister, and a lot of mentioning about this at every meeting. So I just want to take you through what we are building in that. You've been hearing that what is this terahertz testbed about it. I think audio is not connected to this. Probably I can just skip it there. So what this terahertz testbed expected to have? So we'll provide a platform for the academic institutions who are going to join there at the later stages there, and industry and startups. See, it's too difficult to deploy these terahertz, including instrumentations and the measurement capabilities. And Samir has been working those frequencies for very, very long. That's why he took the initiative. At least these technologies can be implemented at Samir Calcutta, which can be accessible for the other people in the country. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very expensive to build any of these systems in terms of antenna measurements there, or the spectrum analyzers, or even talking with the typical measurements you want to the channel sounding or propagation models. So what we thought, we'll invest everything at one place. That's what we convinced it, devotees say that we invest the instrumentation, the equipments, and developments at one specific locations, then that can be accessible for the larger community within the country. That's one which we're part of the Bharat 6G. One of the founding members there, Samir has been there. And of course, every time Minister talks about these two test beds, one is at optical test bed IIT Madras, other terahertz test bed. This is our past work. We have been working this, so it's pretty easy to move from there to IRS. We've been working reflector arrays. Only thing is feed was a specific location. In the minute we move from IRS, feed location is much, much farther than the focal point. So only thing is we need to code the entire surface in such a way that we're able to dynamically steer the beam. So you can see that if I can code the entire surface, you think that one green is giving a specific amount of the reflected phase, and the orange one is giving deflected phase. So by controlling that reflected phase, we are able to control the beam. That's why it's called the reflecting surface. This is completely different from phased array. It is, if you ask me, it's more of it's not an active, except few diodes or vectors are sitting there which are controlled through voltages. It's much less expensive than the phased arrays. It's very difficult to implement a phased array at 140 gigahertz or maybe at 270 gigahertz. So this is going to be one of the solutions for the non-line of sight communication. So this is the demonstration you can see at our stall. It is there in the hall 5. We have the IRS built. Of course, it's built at 5 gigahertz because that's one of the easy to bring at. Then those are some of the vectors. Each element is loaded the vector, and the amount of the voltage you supply on the vector, it can give a 0 reflected phase or 180 degrees reflected phase. By controlling the code on top of the vertical or horizontally, you can change the beam. You can see that the code, suppose you have 8 channels vertically. By the way you change the code, you can see the one on the red, the beam starts steering it. That is the basic principle of your IRS. So if you do on the one layer, you get only the beam scanning happening only in the one direction, it will be azimuth. Suppose you do on both vertical and horizontal, you start seeing them into the way you code them, you can steer the beam at multiple directions. And if you do on both directions, you can getting the multiple beams and you can steer them to the angle what you wanted. Basically, you change the code on top of it. It's basically, it becomes a digital surface. You start add intelligence on top of it. It can identify the user and steer the beam accordingly. Then it becomes IRS. So we already built the antenna systems at 140 gigahertz and see the dimensions. You'll talk about 0.83 mm. It has been fabricated and tested also. And we are doing we already built at 270 gigahertz. Thanks to team at Samir Calcutta, they built both systems and they're tested also. The 270 gigahertz system, see the dimensions. It's 0.43 mm by 0.86 mm. That's the dimension of the waveguide we are talking. So those are the dimensions you're going to handle. And you have to make an array out of it and to control. It's going to be absolutely impractical. That's how we approach the concept of using the lens. Use the simple antenna at the frequency. Use the lens and get the gain of here at 140 we got 36 dB gain. At 270 we got around 53 dB gain. If you think of has to be built with FR1, the antenna size will be of the wall size. So you get typically 8 by 8 array, you will get 23 dB gain. And we're talking about 56 dB gain. Each time you double the number of elements, you get only 3 dB gain. So 23 dB gain from you have to go to 56, imagine the size of the array. So these are some of the patterns. And that's one of the another demonstration at 140 gigahertz. That is 8 by 8 array. You are seen even at FR1 and FR2 size. And the entire size will be less than 19 mm. The total antenna is 19 mm. And it's being evaluated there. These are some of the simulated data. You can see the antenna which is built at 140 gigahertz. There's a measured data, 140 gigahertz to 220 gigahertz. You have the clean performance that it is such a wideband antenna has been built using the lens. So these are some of the components built at terahertz components and millimeter components. These are the demonstration which we did at the lab. We have 50 GPVS at 140 gigahertz. Antennas are built by Samir. And we use the keyset equipment to generate the data, and we have the up-down converter using the Vagina diodes. And as I said, end of the project, none of the equipment you will see that ID Madras will give the entire baseband and all the communication protocols, other layers, the entire stack. Samir will be building the antennas and the RF system. So basically, you will have the complete end-to-end solution indigenously built. You can see the demonstration is available there at Samir's stall. So these are the one which we talk about the OEM. Basically, typically, if you see the MIMO, what we are applying there at FR1 or FR2, we have the two polarizations, vertical or horizontal, or 45 and minus 45, or right-hand CP and left-hand CP, because they are controlled by the amplitude. In OAM, we talk with the phase. The phase friend is implemented there, because the phase is, we take each mode, theoretically you can have infinite number of modes, each mode is orthogonal to each other. So you have the n number of modes, you start multiplying the data with the same bandwidth. So the way you have the multiple channels in MIMO, here we create the multiple modes by use the same antenna and still you can improve the data rate. So that is OAM concept. And part of the terahertz test bed, these are things what we are going to build. On the transmitter side, we build the antenna systems, IRS, reflectors and the lenses, OAM signal generation, we build the power amplifiers, multipliers and the entire subsystems in terms of sources, mixers and the filters on the baseband. Of course, channel not yet been started, we'll try to do the sounding, channel sounding to build the propagation models and replicate them on the receiver side too. So typically, why move to the OAM? So the way we start getting the large bandwidth, you can have the data rates, we can have the transmission bandwidth, or you have the modulation order, or you have the spatial multiplexing. These are three concepts which we have been known to everyone how to build the data rate. If you look at the modulation order, probably we have gone to the peak of it. And in terms of the bandwidths, we already touched the terahertz bandwidth. In terms of MIMO, we reached almost 64T, 64R. Beyond that, you want that. So what we thought that probably we can go to the OAM. In the OAM, you have the multiple modes. The mode 1 will have a specific wavefront. Mode 2 will have the different wavefront. Then mode 3 will have different wavefront. So you combine all these modes and multiplex them and send through a same channel. This is already implemented in optical fiber, not done in the air. But they use the multiple wavelengths. Here we are using the same frequency, same bandwidth. How much more time I have? Done? 5 more minutes? 4 minutes, fine. I'll be complete. So take multiple of such channels, combine them, multiplex them, then you talk about that terabits per second data critically. So this is how to build a OAM. There was a lot of queries for some of the students, so I just included these few slides. Keep the multiple elements, control the phase, and you start getting the OAM generation. So specifically the mode 1, you can see how the field is getting distributed, and -1, you can see the orientation of the field. The mode 1, mode -1 becomes you are able to send the 10 Gbps data, you combine these two, you get 20 Gbps data, then you start to the mode 2, you can see the different kind of the field pattern, you have the 4 of such them, and you have the -2. So basically you combine mode 0, mode 1, mode -1, mode 2, -2, you have 5 channels. And each channel you have 10 Gbps, you get 50 Gbps data. And you have only that very narrow band, we don't need massive bandwidth. One to get the large data using multiplexing and OAM, other one is having a large bandwidth and implement it. So how this OAM can control the entire beam? So how to generate each mode? So you have the mode 0, you can see that how the pattern gets changed. Each mode is getting changed. Mode 0, how the pattern looks. Mode 1, what happens to. Mode 2, what happens. Mode -2, what happens. The problem is, as the mode changes from mode 0 to -1, -2, mode starts diverging. Now you need to have a different mechanism how to convert them into plane wave and still get received at the receiving end. That is a kind of another R&D which are working on it, how to transmit this data and still receive it on multiple modes. Then same thing, instead of changing the modes, if you can only change the number of elements one side, you can change the dia where you are keeping those elements, how the beam can be diverged, beam can be converged. That can control what should be the receiving antenna positions there in terms of the deployment. This is a 280 gigahertz, the antenna which is the measured return loss you can see operating from 220 to 330 gigahertz. And this is a simulated pattern, we are talking about 52 dB again at 280 gigahertz. The beam width is 0.3 degrees. So unless it is perfectly matched and aligned, you are not able to get the signal. So that is another challenge which is going to come. 0.3 degrees is too small a beam width to talk about it. So these are some of the capabilities Samir has. We already have the MMIC's design and the development, and we have the only unique facility in the country. We can package them into waveguide and put them into a system. We already have a measurement facility operating up to 110 gigahertz. We are extending up to 300 and extendable to 500 gigahertz. And some of all the antennas what has been fabricated within the mechanical facility available at Samir Calcutta. We are talking about 0.8 mm, 0.3 mm waveguides, all are being built within the campus. That's from my side. Any quick question, probably I can take at the end.
We'll have a question and answer posted. Thank you so much, sir, for a very informative and I would say creative presentation. A lot of us could connect to it. Moving ahead now, our next speaker will also join us virtually. I would like to introduce Ms. Anita Doyler, Chief Executive Officer, NGMN Alliance. She will talk about the path to 6G. She has an extensive international experience in various business areas, including senior management positions with mobile network operators, vendors, and consulting firms. She is passionate about driving technology innovation for the benefit of humans and societies and supporting world's leading operators, vendors, and research institute. Since July 2020, she has been the CEO of the Next Generation Mobile Networks Alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Anita Doyler. We can't listen to you yet.
Yes, so someone probably...
Yes, you're audible. We can hear you now. You're audible. You are on mute. You have to unmute.
Yeah, I unmuted myself already, but
we can
can
hear you
hear
now.
me?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Please,
very
please.
good, very good. So thank you very much for the nice introduction. I will share my slides by myself. And so I hope you have a very nice and fruitful event already up to now in India. So I'm joining you from Germany. However, the Next Generation Mobile Networks Alliance is a global alliance. So we are a global organization existing already since 2006. And I will introduce a bit NGMN because maybe not everyone is aware of NGMN and what we are doing. And then, of course, I will also explain our path to 6G. So first of all, we are an operator-driven organization. So NGMN was founded in 2006, and the main reason did not change so far up to now, to give the operator community a more consolidated voice. And therefore, so we are an operator-driven organization with operators being members. We have right now 23 mobile network operators in NGMN from North America, Europe to Asia. And of course, it is very important for us. And that's also why it is very important to be here today to include India and the voice of Indian mobile network operators, but also vendors and research institutes to our organization and what we are doing. We have another membership level. The level is called contributors. So that's for vendors, for system integrators, for consulting firms, but also some SMEs are part of this level. And the third one is for advisors. So those are research institutes, universities, and typically most of our projects are open for the entire membership, so for the entire partnership, and we work across the value chain. And you can see also from the slides that we already have also companies who are from the new ecosystem, reflecting cloud native and disaggregated networks, but of course also there are a lot of companies from the so-called classical mobile network ecosystem. We are around 80 companies in NGMN, and we are growing also with regards to geographical footprint. Since 2 to 3 years, we are focusing on 3 main pillars. And I mentioned this especially also in the event today. So the event, of course, I understand it's about 6G, but the different topics in NGMN, they build upon each other, and they will, of course, also play a role for 6G. So the first one is how to master the route to disaggregation. So disaggregation and how to operate disaggregated networks, how to change processes, how to upskill the workforce in mobile network operators, but also across the entire value chain is a very important topic and a very high priority in the short to midterm for mobile network operators and the ecosystem. The second big topic is sustainability. So of course, network energy efficiency is a very important part of that work. But not only, so we also work on the coordination of the metering standards and other measures like circular economy, how to reduce the so-called Scope 3 carbon footprint, measures for general reduction of carbon footprint, and we also issued a sustainable supply chain requirements. So all what we already issued to the industry as requirements is of course also available for download on our website. And last but absolutely not least, Being NGMN, of course, we already started some years ago to work on 6G, and I will explain in my presentation in more detail what we are doing for 6G. So this is a snapshot of our current work program. I just would like to mention that we still, of course, also have a few projects which are supporting the 5G full potential. So for instance, 5G pre-commercial trial and testing. That's very interesting with regards to achievable KPIs with 5G. And then we also have a project which is tackling base station antenna architecture and characteristics, and that's including passive and active antennas. And of course, also security plays an important role. So we have a security competence team also working upon request, and they actually also issued a very first publication on 6G recently. So when it comes to the role of the Next Generation Mobile Networks Alliance for 6G, I think it's worth also to reflect the role NGMN played when paving the way for 4G and for 5G. NGMN is specifically still very famous for its very first 5G requirements document, which was issued back in 2015. So that's, of course, already a while ago. But this document was vital and imperative also and used by standards development organizations. And we also still realize that this document is still even downloaded today, so it still plays a role. And we all, of course, I think are on the same page that we still, as an industry, have a lot to do for the full rollout of 5G standalone, and then in the next years also 5G advanced. Nevertheless, it is important to work already on 6G. So however 6G will look like at the time when it will be standardized and rolled out, we need to make up our mind as an industry with regards to 6G requirements. And especially we need, of course, to work on a differentiation between 6G and 5G. So what we did is back in 2021, we delivered the first operator view on what the 6G vision and the 6G drivers are. Then we continued working with the entire ecosystem on 6G use cases and their first analysis, so meaning what actually is a differentiator from 5G with regards to what can be delivered by the fully rolled out 5G. And what are the first, so there was a first analysis with regards to needed technology enablers to enable the 6G use cases. Of course, it's early stage, so and use cases will evolve with the time. The next publication we did is our 6G requirements and design considerations. And just recently, NGMN published an operator view. So that was an board initiative of NGMN. And that's the 6G position statement. So I will explain in more detail, of course, what everything means. Right now, we started with the entire ecosystem to work on the next phase of our 6G project, and it will focus on specific areas and at some point probably result in an end-to-end requirements document, but we decided that it's more important to focus on specific issues and challenges right now. The next phase, the immediate next phase, is currently designed with the opinions of the entire partnership in NGMN, and it will focus on delivery efficiency. So going a step back to the 6G drivers and vision. So one thing is clear, that 6G will need to support societal and environmental benefits. What do we mean by this? So it is, of course, about contributing to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It is including, of course, also network energy efficiency, sustainability with regards to reducing carbon footprint. if as an industry we want to be able to cope with the ever-evolving traffic and volume with regards to demand, we believe that it's probably not just an evolution of network energy efficiency required, but we need to achieve a revolution, for network energy efficiency. But it's not only about those topics, it's also about connecting the unconnected. So the entire purpose of organizations like ours is to actively contribute and to be very impactful to achieve global economies of scale, global interoperability, and of course, and that's the next point, to really deliver novel experiences. So we strongly believe that the next generation of mobile networks need to deliver expanded and differentiated services. It really needs to be market driven with regards to requirements. We all made the experience and are making the experience right now. Quite a number of markets do have at the moment a challenge when it comes to the monetization of 5G. And therefore, specifically, when we go forward developing 6G requirements and 6G use cases, we of course need to involve our end users, B2B, B2C, and we need to be very aware of what actually the market demand for this next generation looks like. And last but absolutely not least, NGMN being an operator-driven organization, we need to consider operational necessities to create and deliver enhanced value. So in the entire exercise of disaggregation is also because we need to become more flexible, more agile with regards to meeting market demand. And operators right now face the situation actually that the operation of networks is pretty complex. We have different generations to be maintained and to be operated, and therefore one of our focus areas is and will be how to really deliver improved network operations and network simplifications going forward for 6G. When it comes to use cases, the publication I mentioned, which we delivered beginning of 2022, it was already important at that time, of course, to predict major trends and usage scenarios. It's also about to steer the needs and requirements for the future generational change. And as I mentioned already, to really motivate for differentiated opportunities with regards to use cases. We worked in this project with the entire ecosystem. So every company, every research institute in NGMN was contributing, and around 50 use cases were actually contributed, and the team clustered them and came up with 4 main use case classes and 16 families. So you can see here that some of the use cases are already promised with 5G, but of course they will evolve, and that will be our job as an industry to really ensure that they will deliver against market demand and a premium with regards to value compared to 5G. So the 4 classes are enhanced human communication, enhanced machine communication, enabling services, and network evolution. So some of the 6G use cases I assume that you already discussed today. It is the hyper-accurate positioning, but also enhanced reality, immersive holographic telepresence communication, multimodal communication for teleoperation. But all in all, we really will need to also focus on network evolution topics, not only energy efficiency. The native artificial intelligence will play a big role, and of course, coverage expansion. Now, quickly reflecting on the 6G requirements and design considerations. This was also delivered with the entire ecosystem. And to mention the main cornerstones here is that we believe that the 6G system will be built upon the flexible architecture of 5G. That as an industry, we need to develop and take a fresh thinking and fresh approach to address actually long-standing limitations and challenges. But of course, we cannot change the law of physics, so this will remain to be our limit. Then there will be also some trade-offs to be decided upon. So, for instance, bit rates versus energy efficiency, coverage, indoor versus outdoor coverage, and alike. And of course, I cannot mention it often enough. We need to actively work as an industry to significantly improve network energy efficiency. So just recently, we issued the already mentioned 6G operator position statement. I will jump now directly to the main cornerstones here. So some I already mentioned because they are not so much different from what we already published for the requirements and design considerations, but there are some additional requirements. So for instance, network simplification, absolute energy reduction, and automated and proactive operations, and a quantum safe infrastructure. So there are some additional considerations made already now. With regards to the investments needed for 6G, there is a very clear statement by our operator community that any hardware refresh should not be mandatory. Yeah. So what does this mean? If, for instance, there is a very specific reason to reduce energy, to improve energy efficiency, to reduce energy consumption, then a hardware refresh might be actually justified. Or for really real market novelties, for new use cases which are demanded by the market, then operators, of course, will decide on a case-by-case basis by themselves if a new investment is justified. But the main sentiment here is it should not be mandated to upgrade the hardware. We strongly believe that the next generation will be also built upon the software-driven networks. And the other, I think, important topic here is, of course, that the non-terrestrial networks and in general access across different networks will be also a very important part of 6G. Backwards compatibility with 5G is important, so no compromise on existing services is required. And of course, a specific robustness with regards to security and resilience of networks. When it comes to spectrum, NGMN as an organization, we do not have a dedicated work stream on spectrum because spectrum, as we all know, is a complicated topic. It is covered by the ITU. We will have the WRC 23 meeting in due course. GSMA is working on spectrum requirements. So what we did here, we included just the main requirements from an operator perspective from our board to this position statement that, of course, the existing IMT spectrum remains essential, and the 6 to 15 gigahertz must be licensed for IMT. There might be new radio technology in the sub-terahertz band, but as mentioned before, of course, it's important that this is contributing to market demand. And then, of course, innovations and new services based on the IMT 2030 features will be important also to facilitate seamless integration and interoperability with fixed and satellite networks, as already mentioned. So this publication was done just recently. So it's our latest work. And now we are entering this next phase. And it's a very good moment actually to join our work if you are not yet in NGMN, to be part of this 6G project, but maybe also to join our work on energy efficiency requirements, on additional sustainability requirements and recommendations, but maybe also how to operate disaggregated networks, because as mentioned, all this, of course, paves the way going forward to 6G. Just to mention, we also have a public conference every second year. So the next conference will happen in September 24 in Munich, in Germany. And 6G, naturally, of course, will be also a vital part of this conference. And please reach out to us if you are interested to join, either as an exhibitor or speaker or as a participant. And with this, I think I'm at the end of my presentation. Of course, I'm available for any questions you might have. And again, thank you very much for the invite to your event.
Thank you so much. I request you to kindly be present here as we are opening the floor for Q&A. I request Mr. Prakash along with all the panelists to kindly join us for the Q&A. And if you have any questions, just raise your hand, introduce yourself, and we'll get you the mic. Requesting all the speakers to please join us for the Q&A.
So any questions? I quite liked Dr. Rao's psychedelic slides. I think if an project is delayed, I plan to use his slides and mesmerize my reviewers. Okay. Any questions to the speakers here and the speakers online? Yes.
I'm talking about this IEEE 802.11H. Okay. So as you said that it is a 1 kilometer range it can go. Hello, yeah. Why it is not popular yet actually?
What is the question? Why it's not popular yet?
Yeah.
I think they are working on some of the aspects around power efficiency. I think that's part of the problem, right? Where they are looking at 1 kilometer radius. There are a couple of reasons. One is Wi-Fi was typically designed for indoor, right? So it's a kind of a new technology. There is a new market adoption. Of course, in some of the areas, there is already a penetration of 4G and 5G that may not require halo kind of a scenario. But in rural, perhaps they are looking at adopting that. Yeah.
That's why I'm worrying actually. In rural, this could be very good, helpful. Actually.
Correct. Market adoption sometimes takes its own time. There should be enough people who have a ROI on this. I think there are some early implementations that are going on, and I think once they see the success, you will see Halo becoming hopefully a bit more popular.
When you are hoping?
That's the hope.
When you are hoping?
Huh?
By what time?
Oh, by what time? Sooner than later, because we need all these technologies yesterday.
Okay. Next question, Dr. Ganti.
I can't hear the...
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. So 5G came in 2020, and every 10 years, why do we want to make a new standard every 10 years? That's one question. Second question is, in the last cycle of 5G, we rushed quite a bit because of these timelines. ITU had a specific timeline followed by 3GPP, everything was hurry, and the result was that millimeter wave became a disaster. Are we making the same mistake again? I'm open to any of the panelists or any of the speakers online too. Thank you.
So maybe I'll request the online speakers, the operator forum or the ITU. I don't know whether you heard the question clearly. They are saying, why should there be a strict 10-year timeline? Why not, why hurry it? If the technology is not developed, that's probably one of the issues of 5G. So, Dr. Levenstein.
Yeah, thank you for this question. And actually, it's a very good question. I think it's important to emphasize one thing. The timeline, it's not something which has been given by ITU as an institution as such. The IMT timeline and that it coincides with 10 years, it's always a discussion by the membership. So we have received contributions on potential timelines when we started to work on IMT 2030. And of course, I mean, I understand that there might be some issues with the millimeter wave, but overall, the IMT process, to my experience and also what I have received as feedback from the membership, it worked very well. So this was, I think, one reason why ITU or the membership of ITU decided to implement the same timeline. And second is, as you have seen in several charts, this is not only our own timeline from ITU perspective, but because we are depending also on the standardization development, and that's what we are talking here today, there is an interaction needed. May it be with the input by the verticals, may it be with the providing of potential candidates. And so this overall also collaboration between ITU and 3GPP and then within 3GPP and the membership of 3GPP, I think this is a very sophisticated process, which why it was decided to apply this 10-year cycle again. This would be my comment on that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah,
I-
Dr. Dollar, yeah, please. You wanted to comment?
Thank you. I'm not a doctor, but my brother is. Maybe you know my brother, who is also in the telecommunication industry. But thank you. No, I just want to echo what Uwe said. I mean, first of all, the experience we have in the industry with standardization, with cycles, is that every generation needed around 10 years from the first start of the discussions until the implementation. Now, will it be the very same for the next generation? I dare say that maybe we don't know it exactly yet, but we need to start to speak about the requirements. So we need to learn actively from 5G. And already in 2020, actually, when I joined in my current role in GMN, the first opinions and publications have been made by research institutes and by vendors about 6G. And of course, as an operator-driven organization, for us, it was absolutely vital that we also start to formulate our opinions. So we need to be prepared as an industry for the growing demand, which is there for sure. So we need to work on topics we already mentioned today, like energy efficiency, where we really need to achieve a big step forward. And if we really want to deliver against this ever increasing demand, we need to find ways, new ways, how to develop the next generation, how to also implement and deploy and operate networks. And then, of course, there are a lot of other changes, software-driven networks, which we believe are ready now, of course, with 5G in the development and deployment, but they will play also a role going forward for 6G. So long story short, I think it's very good and very important that as an industry we speak about the requirements, that we have this dialogue also with our with other organizations who are representing actually our users very early in the process, so that we achieve ideally economies of scale again and the global standard, which actually was the foundation of the success of the mobile industry in the past decades. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you for the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Dollar. Any other questions?
We can just take one more.
One more
question.
last? Okay. So, if you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Jishnu here. This is question to Rao, sir. So, would it be possible to do point to multi-point with terahertz as a...
With IRS, yes. Because it's only the way I can generate you have seen the coding, which you can do in the both X and Y. I can able to create the multiple beams. That's possible there as using IRS. But with the specific to the terahertz link, now unless otherwise you put multiple sources, it's a lens antenna. You have only one source. The way you have the satellite antenna, you have the multi-beam antenna. In the similar way, I can keep multiple antennas below. I can create the multiple beams coming out of it. The way what we demonstrated was we shift the source below the antenna so that beam gets shifted. Instead, I can fix the number of feet below the lens. I can create the multiple beams coming in the specific directions. They're not steerable. So point to multi-point is practical.
Okay, thank you. I have.
Thank you so much. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end. I request all of you to give a huge round of applause to all our speakers for sharing very important information with us. And I request, please proceed for a group picture. Also, I request Mr. Prakash, our moderator for this session, to kindly felicitate all our speakers. To start with, Mr. Piyush Shetia. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Piyush? Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights with all of us. Mr. Shrikant Chandrasekharan. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Shrikant. We would like to thank Professor Hanumantha Rao. Let's have a round of applause. And I would also like to invite Mr. Marcello Pagnosi to please join us on the dais. Thank you so much, sir, for your contribution for today's informative session. I request Sri R.R. Mittar, Advisor TEC, to kindly join us on the dais to felicitate our session chair, Mr. Prakash R. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to an end of this session. I request all of you to please be forward for a group picture.
What about the mementos for the online speakers? We have a 7G where we are going to.
We would like to thank both the speakers who have joined us virtually. Thank you so much. And you're also coming in the group picture. Thank you so much. We'll get the mementos shipped to our speakers who've joined us virtually. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this was about standardization efforts towards 6G. The next session will be a panel discussion. But for now, we'll break for tea for 15 minutes. Please do अनुरोध है कृपया आगे वाली सीट्स ग्रहण करें. प्लीज टेक द फ्रंट सीट्स. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again. I hope you all had your teas. Moving ahead, I would like to invite our moderator for this session that will talk about 6D technology developments, industry trends, roadmap, and challenges. I would like to invite Mr. Avinash Agrawal, DDG TEC. So please join us on the dais. Mr. Avinash Agrawal is an ITS officer of the 1992 batch. He has 30 years of extensive experience in telecommunications, information technology and broadcasting while serving in various positions in the Government of India. Presently, he is posted as Deputy Director General at Telecommunication Engineering Center, India's standard-setting organization, where he is in charge of the radio standardization and conversions and broadcasting divisions. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I would like to invite our panelist, Mr. D.K. Agrawal, BSNL. Mr. D.K. Agrawal is an ITS of 199 batch, 1991 batch, having experience of 30 years of work in highly competitive telecom industry in the field of IT, telecom, business planning for latest technologies, services, partnership, procurement, cost, and a lot more. So a very warm welcome to you. I would like to invite our next panelist, Mr. Saurabh Mittal, VP Standards and Industry Ecosystem Airtel. Mr. Mittal is Vice President, Networks with Bharti Airtel Limited and leading the initiatives for building products and solutions on open, disaggregated architecture and also heads standards and industry tech alliances. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I would like to welcome Mr. Jishnu Aravandakshan, Principal Architect Technology in CTO's office, Tejas Networks India Limited. He has 19 years of experience in the field of telecom. He's obtained his BTech in Electronics and Communication from NIT Calicut and Masters from IISc Bangalore in 2004. Subsequently, he joined Tejas Networks and is responsible for deciding the long-term roadmap of the company. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I would like to invite Mr. Manjukiran S. Aital. He is Senior Director, Protocol Software, Lekha Wireless. He is an industry veteran with over 18 years of extensive experience in the wireless domain, having witnessed and actively participated in the evolution of wireless technology from 2G to the groundbreaking era of 5G. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll also be joined virtually by Mr. Satish Shamakdani, Senior Vice President, RIL. He's working as a Vice President in the Network Planning and Engineering Division of Reliance Jio. So ladies and gentlemen, this panel, 6G technology developments, industry trends, roadmap and challenges. Over to you, Mr. Avinash.
Thank you. Thank you, and I hope I am audible. So this is the last session, and from morning we have been listening to all the experts about 6G, and in this panel also we have lots of experts. We have both from the operator's side as well as from the OEM side. So we'll be having very fruitful discussion. Since morning we have been listening to those who have been involved in the 6G, like maybe from the operators, from the OEMs, from the standards organizations. Before we start our discussion, I would just like to understand that what are the expectations from 6G from a user's perspective? Like we all are from the technology side, but if we think of a lot of other people who are not involved in the 6G process, so can we have, and I would request that the answers will be kept very small because we have lots of questions, and so I would request a very quick, brief answer from each of the panelists, maybe starting from Saurabh, that what a common man would be expecting from 6G.
Sir, thank you first of all for the opportunity to be part of this esteemed panel. Maybe I don't want to answer directly, but I actually want to take a step back and essentially go back to how, for example, the standards essentially have been working, and then, and then maybe that gives a clue to what we essentially should look at 6G. When the 3G standards, the work on the 3G standards was started, this was way back in 1996, 97. The internet was not really created as we know it. Google was not founded, Facebook was not founded. That's when the 3G standards started to work on. When the 4G standards, the work was started, this was essentially in 2005. The smartphones were not created. There was no iPhone. That came in 2007. When the 5G work item got started in 2014-15, right, that's when, at least on the standards perspective, people started to think about it. And the Industry 4.0 was the buzzword which was essentially starting to see some light. And now we are essentially talking about the 6G related part. But what has happened is that for the first time, at least in my belief, we have the network capability, but there are no use cases still to run and utilize those network capability even now. So on the 5G side, what we see is that there's a lot of potential still left. And similarly, I think rather than second guessing what would be the user needs of the 6G, of course, we need to have a baseline. I think all the speakers have given that as a baseline in terms of what the 6G essentially can do. But what we firmly believe is that when the next generation of technology comes, the use cases are something which is different than what we essentially start thinking from. And the second part is, I think I'll take 30 more seconds. On the consumer side, what we think is that there is already a lot of potential left in 5G to meet the requirements. Because a normal consumer using something on the smartphone, right? 5G is able to deliver far beyond what is really needed for the users and applications. But when the 5G was started, and as I said, that industry was seen as a big pillar of the monetization related aspect. So I think what we see that the 6G, but that's not the reality that we see in the 5G world today, right? In the industry, we are doing experimentation, but what will happen is yet to really come out. So the 6G has to really solve that problem. From a user perspective, what we think is that from an industrial part, whatever are the issues which essentially are coming in the adoption of 5G network, 6G has to solve that problem. We cannot have a situation where we build the network, we say that this is something which was essentially built from an industrial perspective, but still not getting utilized. I think the industry is looking at a lot of realistic assessment internally, and that's what the problem that we should be truly looking to solve from that perspective. Thank you.
Okay. Sir, any guesses on what the user would expect from 6G? Or you can pass also.
Okay. So I will tell that what are the... Am I audible? So I will tell that what are the expectations from 6G. So once we started as technology evolving, our requirement has been changed. So certainly requirement is to change as per the available technology. So if we go on the 5G, there are three asks we need. That is the EMBB, that enhanced mobile broadband, then URLCC, ultra reliable low latency communication, and third one is the MMTC, massive type machine communication. But if we go on the 6G, the certainly requirement is much more than that. So the triangle has been converted to hexagon, where we need ultra high precision, ultra high bandwidth, ultra high secret, low cost, especially in terms of power. Then we have to have a very good capacity where a number of users can be much more than that. So if I take in the numbers, if I go that for EMBB, I need bandwidth of 1 Gbps. But in 6G, we need, expectation bandwidth go up to 100 Gbps. Then similarly, URLCC, my latency is in the tune of 1 millisecond. In 6G, my expectations go from 1 microsecond, 1 to 10 microsecond. Similarly, from the massive machine convention, wherein my requirement is 1 million customer per square kilometer, wherein in 6G it is 1 billion customer per square kilometer. Because as the NB-IoT, every sensor all been connected with the system, then requirement will become more. So these are the expectations from the 6G.
Jishnu.
Yeah, so the applications, I think, as it's very difficult to predict, it has been, whoever has predicted has been a failure in any of the generation. But I would say holographic communication, which I see some of them already being rolled out in 5G, I think that would get a bigger thing during 6G. It can be higher, taller, and all that stuff. So that's one application which is coming up. Other thing is digital twin. I think multiple discussions were there on that. So the key part is sensing. So if you see today, for 5G, we can do positioning. So that means you can connect to a device which has a SIM, or it's connected device which I can find out the position. With 6G, we can do sensing, which would allow us to even have see even the chairs, etc., which are there in this domain, to be sensed and then shown in a representation like in metaverse and all that. So both this application can be there for consumer as well as for industries, enterprises.
Manju Kiran.
Hi, thanks for including me in this panel. So I agree with Saurabh. So it's always very early to predict what would be the use case, because generally the network is laid out and then the use case and the environment evolves. But yeah, we are again looking very far ahead now, right? We are looking at 6G, which is far ahead, and I would again agree with Jishnu here. One is definitely holographic communication, and then the second one I would say is immersive communication, right? So these are the two use cases which I think would evolve using the 5G platform. But as they go and as it gets more popularity and everybody starts using, the 5G network may not be able to support it, and that's where those applications and something built on top of it, which we cannot predict now, would be helpful.
Okay. Satish, I think we can take questions from you later on, because I am told that it will be difficult to switch between physical and online. So please allow us to take questions from you towards the end of this session. Yeah. So let us start from this side again. Like India has been pushing for ubiquitous connectivity, and the IMT 2030 as well as Bharat 6G vision both emphasize on ubiquitous connectivity, like bridging the digital divide or connecting the unconnected. So like what technological developments could we expect from 6G? Like how 6G is going to facilitate ubiquitous connectivity? Any insights? Like you both are the technological development organizations.
Okay, so one thing maybe 6G would help in is with high-speed communication, which is somewhere, when you travel on a very high-speed train, or even when you're traveling, today you would not get connectivity, you will get that broken coverage. So 6G has a technology to solve that. I mean, it's in the pipeline. Apart from that, when the number of devices go really high, right? I mean, we have to see still MMTC, how it evolves, and now as you say, right, you can actually have a lot of SIM cards on each, you can provide a plan where every person gets a plethora of SIM cards for all his devices. So these kind of things, I think, are something which, 6G can facilitate for ubiquitous communication.
So on the research, from a modulation perspective, like there are higher modulation being tried, 16K COM. Recently there was a industry effort to show that. Coding is further being improved. There are one more level of coding which can be done, which is at network coding. I know some of the academia is working on that. So at a network level, can you get a higher resiliency? That is another way to improve the reliability. So that is a new field, which I think few of the academia is working. RIS, which Samir presented in the morning, is a very key thing to improve ubiquitous connectivity. NTN, whether, as Professor Bhaskar mentioned in the morning, either through satellite, LEO satellite, or through HIPS or HAPS, if it is able to give connectivity, that could be key things which are happening. Terahertz is another technology, but I see one of the use case for terahertz is, can I completely avoid what we call the backplane? So can the backplane communication move to terahertz? Because you are not expected to get a much larger distance. The other option could be for backhauling for the terahertz. So that could also provide a deeper connectivity from a ubiquitous perspective. If terahertz or E-band, which is right now being used, later it can be terahertz, that can provide backhaul. And the access could be on one of the lower frequencies, either in low band or a mid band. So all of this could help from a research perspective. All of this could also help towards ubiquitous connectivity as well.
Okay. Sir, BSNL is leading the Swadeshi technology in inducting the 4G in the network. And from your experience, what do you think about roadmap of Swadeshi 6G in the Indian telecom network? Any just like
Thank you, Avinash. This question is really very close to our heart. And BSNL has been given a mandate to utilize only the indigenous equipment. So we are working for that. And as you are aware that BSNL means asked to utilize this equipment, so we have floated one UI wherein we got some suppliers from India, those are manufacturing the equipment. So with the help of CDOT, Tejas and TCS, and with the help of Government of India, BSNL we are able to launch and help to our advisor technology here, Sir Mitra Saab, with the help of that we are able to launch. So I would like to applaud to everybody, those who have been involved to this novel card. Jishnu is there. So Jishnu is also there, sir. So there were so many teams, they have burned their midnight oil to start this technology. And this technology has been evolved not in the just 1.5 years. And we are on the pace that technology has developed. It has been deployed and around 550 sites we have already launched. 3,000 sites we will be launching in coming month. So the equipment is coming from this. We have made a pace that equipment of India is to be utilized. And now it is being developed. All IPR belong to here. The equipment is developed, manufactured and deployed in India. So this is the one thing. Now this is a roadmap. The same equipment can be converted to 5G. And so that for converting 5G, we need to have three type of this. One is the network or equipment as well as the handset ecosystem. So for all threes are going to develop. BSNL is going to utilize 700 megahertz for the coverage, because when we are taking a spectrum, the three aspects is to be taken in mind, but coverage, capacity and latency. So for the coverage point of view, we are putting 1.25 lakh sites and all sites will be having the 700 megahertz band. Ecosystem of equipment is there, handset was not there. So we have asked all the equipment manufacturers, all the chip vendors to supply 700 megahertz band support chips. And we have been confirmed by them that from last 1 year, whatever the chips are coming, it is supporting 700 megahertz. Similarly, most of the handsets are supporting, and whatever handsets are not supporting, they will come in the field. So the 4G and 5G part, BSNL is very much that we are there. The same network is to be upgraded for 6G. So certainly we got the spectrum for the 5G in mid-band as well as in the higher band terahertz. And for 6G, new avenues are coming. So certainly BSNL will be there for 6G. And rest sure that for 5G, India is not there in the not in the pace of the other country. But 6G, when it will become, India will be at par with the other country.
Thank you, sir. Saurabhji, Jio and Airtel both are, in fact, have proved successful, and India has rolled the fastest 5G in the world. And Airtel and Jio both have been able to roll out at such a fast pace. So, from your experience of rolling out the 5G in the country, what technological improvements can we expect from 5G, and what technological improvements we anticipate from 6G? Like, there are a lot of things still to be done in 5G, and then what extra can we expect from 6G? Any insights from your experience?
Sure. Thank you, sir. I think that's a very important and relevant point to answer. I think I would rather like to quote something from Robin Sharma. He said that things are created twice, first in mind and then reality. So first we start thinking. I think the vision from the Honorable Prime Minister that India can do the 6G or take the leadership in the 6G, that's a game-changing idea per se. And I mean, India has been a laggard in 2G. I mean, we all know, right? I mean, when 2G was started, it was already well established in the European markets, and then it came to India. To now, we actually, in 2023, saying that we want to lead the 6G, I think this has been remarkable journey by itself onto that part. Now, coming to the specific point that you asked, what has been the learnings from 5G? And I mean, so it's not something which is an Airtel specific learning, but I think I was actually in the 3GPP plenary last month in Bangalore, and it was actually good to really see real action happening in India, right? I mean, 3GPP since makes all the standards for the mobile world. And then, when we started to have discussions in terms of, so there are work items which have been started in terms of how 6G should look like. In terms of the timeline, just to give the perspective, right, till 2025-26, the discussion is only about what has to be the 6G vision. Right? What is the learning from 5G which essentially has to go into building the vision? So there is no real standard work happening. People probably will keep on doing their research, but actual standardization work will start only after 2025-26 onwards, right? So for next 2 years, 3 years, I think there is a lot of industry introspection to think what do we really want to make and what are the issues, for example, which happened in 6G, 5G, which needs to be really corrected onto that part. So I have two different takes on this. The first take is in terms of, as I said, that, I mean, when 5G came in, there was a lot of discussion that this will be industrial G or there will be industry benefiting from the 5G. But look at what is the reality, right? 5G standards were created for MMTC. But if you create a 5G modem, the cost of the modem goes down, goes up by 20x, 30x as compared to 4G. Now, in the industry, if you want to do millions of sensors and you have your cost increasing by 20 times, this is not going to happen. The business case will never, support that. So in the 5G, from release 17 onwards, the red cap was introduced, which is reduced capability devices. So people started from an extreme of 5G and then said that, okay, the EMBB is fine, but then I am not able to meet the MMTC. Right, you have to go back and redo the design in terms of the red cap scenarios, right? Red cap is, I'll invite people at Airtel booth or Ericsson booth, right? We just announced this is reduced capability devices for sensors, right? Because they don't really need as much bandwidth and things like this. Same way, energy efficiency. Now, you see, the sustainability is such an important part for us. Being ESG leadership, right? And again, Prime Minister has been so much vocal about for the climate change, what we need to do. And infrastructure actually consumes, the telecom infrastructure consumes a lot of energy. In the 5G, this was again afterthought. Now we see that in 6G, this has been given as a top line goal itself, right? This is part of sustainability, is part of the overarching statement by itself. Right, so this piece I think was very clearly articulated that the 6G has to be sustainable from day one. So this is not done as an afterthought. Similarly, if you look at security related aspects, right? These are now being said that in the 6G world, rather than thinking and talking about this later, it is ground zero build up to be super secure networks from that perspective. So you look at from sustainability, I think we talked about the ubiquity, for example, onto that part, right? So these overarching goal, right? What was missing in the 5G was the business paradigm or the business direction in terms of what we want to do was not clearly articulated. In the 6G standards, and the ITUR has done a fantastic work. India has really contributed to making one of those frameworks and contribute to this 6G vision document, that these are now getting embedded in terms of the technology has to take care from the day one by itself. But the second take, I said that I have two takes. This is one part of the story. The second part of the story that we are seeing is that the telecom sector, we have to stop thinking in generations as such. What is fundamentally what used to happen from 2G, 3G, 4G? 2G was GSMA, 3G was, came WCDMA, then 4G was OFDMA, and then 5G was an improvement in terms of the OFDMA, right? So there is network radio level technology which is happening. There was an architectural thing which was going in tandem with this, which was essentially TDM, and then there was with the 3G, some part of the IP came into picture, but 4G was all IP network, which essentially got carried forward in 5G related part, right? So you have a spectrum, and then you have architecture. And then you have third thing, which was the radio modulation related part. We are saying that, maybe it's time for industry to decouple all these three, right? So you mentioned in my intro doing something on the Open RAN. We are saying the way Open RAN is looking to disaggregate software and hardware, I think it's time for us to also disaggregate spectrum from technology to the architecture, right? And then, we can, rather than focusing too much on the 5G or 6G, we'll look at continuous evolution of the network as such, right? So I think that's what we would say, that the industry is realizing with the 5G advance, a lot of corrections are essentially happening. And, probably this will become a continuum. Of course, for the time being, we will say that, okay, if these differences are so substantial, we'll call this as a new generation of technologies. But in terms of very, very key things, solving the industrial problem, energy-related problems, ubiquity-related problems, making the spectrum usable across all the technology, I think these are some of the things that we believe have to be really taken forward and solved in 6G world. Thank you.
Thank you. Jishnuji, like Tejas Networks has been interacting a lot with the government, especially TEC, academia, industry and all. So what is your feedback like actually on which areas like research is being done in the country by either the industry or the academia? Like you already mentioned about some areas, but what is your feedback like? What is the ground reality where our industry, academia are working on 6 related things?
So industry is more around a real problem on fronts like network energy saving is one issue which we are working on. AML, because the mobility related optimization which needs to be done. Right now it is done with what is called self-organizing network. So there are AML related improvements which can be done. So these are mostly, industry are more quarter by quarter working. But I see in industry, as I mentioned, academia, as I mentioned earlier, there is work, real work happening on what is called network coding in IISc. I see OAM related work in IIT Madras, eMIMO related or what they call SMIMO in IIT Hyderabad. IIT Delhi has been doing some work on there is also one part which we somehow forget because we always discuss about RF. As we move to higher frequency, the major part of the network is optical, only a small part is RF. So there are a lot of work happening on the optical side. So there was something called PON-based technology. So there is 50 gig PON and 100 gig PON, so that sort of work happens. And if you see what is happening in RF is as we move to higher terahertz, etc., it looks very much like a optical signal. So the OAM is very similar to what we do in the modes which they are mentioning is very similar to what is happening in what is called the space division multiplexing in optical fiber. So there is also a sort of convergence which is happening between the optical technologies and the wireless technologies. That work is also happening. I see two projects. One is on advanced optical communication, another on the terahertz. Both of these are coming from different direction, but many of the technologies could be used either way. We need higher end DSPs and all that stuff. So there are efforts also to do chipset around DSPs, which can work at higher gigabaud and something, which is something which would be needed, especially if you have to go out of the dependence on. See, right now, if you see, we have to get a lot of these optical modules from outside. So unless we develop DSPs which can work on higher gigabauds, we will not be. So those efforts are also happening from a semiconductor industry perspective. I see very fundamental research, and the one good thing which I see from 5G to 6G is there is a Team India effort which is happening across standardization, product development, and everyone knows each other's strength and weakness. So I hope, maybe as Saurav put it, we should be the first country to roll out 6G and maybe BSNL and Airtel both do that, and including Jio and who is there, roll the 6G like they have done in 5G. The first country to roll out 6G as well should happen from India.
So, Manju Kiranji, one thing that I noticed special about 6G is that AI will be the integral part of 6G. And in fact, just as we talked about ubiquitous connectivity, so we also have one more use scenario which talks of AI and communication. So, any insights of the technological developments, especially focused around the AI component, or whether the all products will have AI components, so we did not talk separately of AI?
No, definitely AI would play a big role because see, as such, AI is playing a big role in all kinds of technology now. And when it comes to 6G, now that AI is at this stage, it is very important for the technological development to take it into the standard. Provide those hooks for AI ML to actually cater to it. So, for example, there's something called integrated sensing and communication in 6G, which is a key capability. So what it does, it tries to put the seamlessly it tries to put the advanced sensing capabilities within the communication system. So right now, that kind of a feature is not there. So what you could do is you could sense what is happening in the system. So this sensing could be radio based with the same kind of waveforms which is used in the communication system. Sometimes you could have additional sensors for temperature, humidity, sensors which include video surveillance, right? So all these data coming into the system can lead to an AML algorithm to actually use that sensing data to keep reconfiguring the network. I mean, we have this RIC, right, radio intelligent controller. So that's an afterthought in 5G. That's an afterthought, but that can be built into the 6G system. And when you talked about sustainability goals, right? So this can help the sustainability goals because once you sense what is happening, you can actually react and improve your power consumption in the network, and that would help the operators reach their sustainability goals, and also reliability will improve because the spectrum efficiency can be continuously improved with the AML algorithms.
So let us now talk to Satish also. Satish, can you hear us? Is he available? Okay. So anyway, like before Satish joins, or maybe that he is already there, but we cannot listen to him. From the operators, like, can you just think about what spectrum band is envisaged for 6G? Like, of course, a lot of regulatory issues will be there, but what is your expectation about the spectrum for
Sure.
6G?
So there are two, again, our perspective in general would be that all spectrum should be 6G usable, right? I mean, rather than saying that this spectrum is reserved for 6G, if the 6G radio interface, 6G...
Hello.
Yeah, is it Satish?
Yeah. Hi,
Hello.
this is Sati.
Yeah,
Can you hear
so
me?
Saurabh was just completing an answer, then we'll come back to you.
Yeah, hi Satish. Yeah.
Right.
So I was just basically saying that, if the benefits of the 6G essentially do get realized in terms of sustainability, in terms of the AML being there, right? I think that's a very, very important aspect in terms of integrated sensing capabilities, right? There's no reason why 6G has to be reserved with or to be associated with a specific spectrum. So we would say that, all the spectrum should be usable by the 6G per se. But the important part is that, the mobile industry in general would continue to need additional spectrum. There has been various studies which have essentially been done by GSMA in terms of the spectrum needs, which are there in the industry. So they essentially came out for a country of Indian population density. By 2025, amongst all the operator put together, there is a requirement of about 2 gigahertz, 2000 megahertz spectrum is supposed to be usable in 25, 26 kind of time frame. Which is, and the level of spectrum that we have is just about, one-fourth, about 550 megahertz across all the operators per se. So where this spectrum is going to come from, right? So now, till now, the 5G technologies have focused on what is called FR1 and FR2. FR1 is sub 6 gigahertz and then FR2 is like millimeter wave. The reason being that they have slightly different kind of a propagation characteristics, and that's how the essentially was being done about. Now, some additional spectrum, of course, there's discussion going on. I see Pulabchandji here. There is this 6 gigahertz spectrum, which we believe will be used for the existing 5G networks per se. But beyond that, the industry is looking at the spectrum between 7 gigahertz to 15 gigahertz up to 24 gigahertz, which is where the millimeter wave starts. Industry may call this as FR3. But what we see is that in terms of the propagation characteristics, either they will fall in FR1 or FR2, depending upon that part. So I think this is one big chunk where the spectrum essentially can come from. The additional chunk, which there is a lot of work item and studies going on, is of course the terahertz. What real use case and the scenarios will come, I think there is a lot of work item being done over there, and we'll get to really know from that part. So apart from, I would say that probably the terahertz related spectrum, rest of the spectrum is already within the framework of the 5G from a propagation characteristics perspective, right? And 6G probably will build on those areas where the spectrum is not currently allocated and hence has not been standardized by 3GPP. Largely the FR3 related spectrum. There could be certain white spaces in the FR1, right, up to 7 gigahertz or 6 gigahertz. There is a lot of spectrum which is not allocated to mobile industry in many markets. So, and of course, there are all the other industries are very important. So, depending upon the coexistence, there could be a lot more studies which can be done, because 6G can make more coexistence possible, right, as we'll go forward. So we believe that 6G ultimately will span across all the spectrums of mobility, and the new spectrum bands between the FR1, FR2 will essentially come, and then probably terahertz will also come and play important role in the 6G communication. Thank you, sir.
So let us now talk to Satish. Can we have his video also? Is it possible? So Satish, I hope you were listening to our discussion when we started. And I would ask the same question from you, like we are all from the that community that is knowing at least something about 6G, like maybe from the operator side, from the OEM side, or from the standardization organization side. But from the common man's perspective, like what do you think, like why should a common man, what should the common man be expecting from 6G? Because we have seen lots of 5G use cases also in this IMC. But what is the perception of a common man with reference to 6G? Any guesses?
So 5G, the expectation was that it will enable enterprise applications. That hasn't happened. So, so it will be transferred to 6G. One of the key expectations of 6G will be to enable what we call as industrial campus or private or such industrial use cases. Enablement of such use cases will be the primary focus for 6G. That is something that we are quite clear about. Rest of technologies will be enabling technologies, but primary use cases will be, it has to go beyond human-centric communication. So essentially it has to focus on machine primarily being in the industrial scenarios, in the enterprise, in the campus or private segment. That will be the key focus. Whatever has to be done in terms of standardization to enable these scenarios will have to be the focus area for 6G standardization.
Okay, another question that we discussed was that, in fact, Jio was the first one to roll out the 5G services in the country, and we have been the fastest deployer of 5G in the country. So what technological advancements can we expect from the 5G in the coming years, and what would be there which will be dependent on 6G? Like what specifically we can expect from 6G as far as technological developments are concerned, and what can be solved through 5G or 5G Advanced itself? Any take on that?
So 5G was supposed to address some of these challenges as far as the enterprise segment is concerned. That has not happened for multiple reasons. One of the key reasons being the overall cellular architecture itself, which has not changed for whatever number of years. But if you look at industrial scenarios, suddenly you are faced with the simplicity of a Wi-Fi 6 or a Wi-Fi 7 deployment. And the industry loves it. And for whatever valid reasons, they seem to be very comfortable with an IP infrastructure which is already existing in the enterprises. So this is one of the key challenges. As far as what the end user will see, end user was supposed to see higher throughputs, which of course, if you get the coverage, you do see higher throughputs. The question is all about coverage. So 5G rollout is still in progress. There's a lot to happen, and there are technologies like fixed wireless access which has to mature, and that is when one will start seeing the potential of 5G. Fixed wireless access also has challenges still. I don't want to get into the details of it, but yeah, 5G will see benefits for the end user in terms of, say, for example, broadband connectivity. For a mobile user, if you're on the go, I'm not exactly sure how much it will be appreciated, but then, yeah, I mean, you do get higher throughput, so whatever comes out of it will definitely be lapped up by the end user. But the key focus again will have to be enterprise segment because, see, from an operator's perspective, the fixed business brings in more revenues than the mobility business. The enterprise business brings in much more revenues in terms of than in comparison to the other two streams. So obviously, the value chain is very clear for operators. We have to get into the enterprise segment. And for that, a lot of things will have to change. 5G is already done deal, so not much can change. I mean, we can always try to bring in femto cells, small cells, and variants of that, but that is all fine. This so-called business of slicing has not necessarily seen traction, but it all comes down to one thing. In 6G, if there is any learning from 5G that we can take forward to 6G, that is the network architecture is miserably insufficient when it comes to addressing the segments of enterprise, private, industrial concerns. And that is where the focus will have to be.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now one question I will ask from all the participants, and starting from Satish, from our experience, and what could be the roadmap so that India becomes the first nation to develop and deploy 6G? Some quick points.
So we are already active in IMT 2030 work. In the last ITU meeting, we were able to push. We were able to make open interoperable systems intrinsic to the basic specifications. So we don't want bodies outside of a big standardization body to start working on open interfaces when the primary standardization body itself is not necessarily addressing this, or there are concerns. That is one of the key things. The other key thing that we have been emphasizing is what we call as composability. Composability in a sense, technologies are varying. For example, what is intrinsic in terms of the system design for an IoT system, both in terms of network architecture, air interfaces, deployment scenarios. This is very different from what you would visualize for a broadcast network. What would be very different from the way you would visualize satellite-based communication would be very different from the way you would visualize a normal EMBB kind of deployment scenarios. So in order to accommodate all this heterogeneous type of network deployment scenarios / air interfaces, new technologies, we've been emphasizing on something called as composability. That is key. So we have a clear idea of what we want in 6G. That clarity is important for us to take a leading role. And I think we are already there in terms of what we are doing in IMT 2030, and we will continue to do that. Once we establish a leadership there, then that has to progress into 3GPP, it has to progress into your handset modem making, into your network architecture, vendors who who we take along with us. The whole story has to fit into place, but we've made a start, yes.
Your take on the roadmap for India to become the leader or the first country to develop and deploy 6G?
Okay, as a OEM, I think we are working already with the SDOs, local SDO, TSDSI, and 3GPP. I think earlier with 4G, I think we never worked with them, and 5G not to a great extent, but now since we are attending plenaries and contributing, so that is something which we have to carry forward. The other thing is, have a dedicated team vision for 6G so that we develop a patent portfolio and try to contribute to the specifications so that that way we can actually as a OEM contribute to the 6G vision.
Yeah, so I think we have just finished the framework under guidance of TEC, WPC, and other people. It was a great effort to get that final initial framework document done. So the next step is what is called the minimum TPR. So that is involves a lot of work from the academia on figuring out what are the. It's roughly the question paper has to be set for 6G. The standard development would happen in 3GPP and other standard development organization. So that would be around 2028, we should be done with the standardization. The initial pilot should start around 2028. For that, I think the operator, as they were mentioning, trial spectrum should be available by 2028. If you have to launch by 2030, the initial 2 years trial would help us to even tweak the standards, technology, etc. So that by 2030, all the operators should be ready to sort of roll it out. So this would need sort of a program management as well, whereby all of these steps would have to happen, whereby the trial spectrum gets allotted by 2028. The operator then rolls it out by 2030. So that I think the initial phase standardization is going on, and I am sure that spectrum would come up. I think it has been in a much better way from 5G time itself. There are trial spectrums. It's much easier to get trial spectrum now for us as a OEM and as well as for I think any operator as a trial spectrum, and then I hope it gets rolled out and the auction or whatever mechanism to give it to the operator also happens by 2030. I think from what we have learned, seen in 5G, as soon as the spectrum was given, I think all the operators were ready to roll it out. So maybe we just have to now time that so that by 2030 the 6G spectrums are available, whatever be that spectrum band. So that, we become the first countries to roll out 6G by 2030, maybe 1st January 2030.
How much time do we have? At least one more question. So we have quickly the roadmap and then one last question from each panelist.
I have to answer this question first?
Yeah, if you want to answer.
Okay. So, first of all, I would like to tell that till now we has been utilized by the other countries as a consumers. So we are totally being used as a consumers, not being used as a manufacturer. Now we have started with the ease out policy of the government of India. Now thing is that if we have a startup like this, because we can take leverage of our demography, and you see that most of R&D sector, most of R&D centers worldwide is situated in India. But their IPR is not. They are working for other companies outside the India. IPR is with them. So if we start working and make a ecosystem, make a policy frame such in a way that if IPR are reside in India, then certainly we can start developing and we can go in the SEP, as rightly said by my panelist, that we are not in the SEP, that the standard level patent. Patents are not with them. If patents are not with them, you are working for others. Simply, I would like to say that government has taken up, and maybe in 5-10 years, certainly more SEP will be there, especially in 6G. As we have missed the bus for 4G, in 5G also we have given some very limited patent, not directly but indirectly. But certainly in 6G, SEPs will be there, and policy framework will be there, as well as we can take leverage of our demography, so that we can stop the brain drain from India. And at least whatever brain is there, it can be utilized for India, especially for Indian design, development and manufacture.
So very quick, small, brief answer about
Sure.
roadmap.
Yeah. No, I think, sir, I just wanted to answer that or respond that, as I said, that the basic idea that India has to do was the most foundational step which was done. And I mean, Honorable Prime Minister, when he said that India has to take leadership, I think that's the baseline and a very strong foundation. And on top of it, earlier when the Bharat 6G vision document was released, it's a very comprehensive document. And we've been looking at what has been done by the other places. So this document has a clear roadmap. I don't want to really improve upon what has already been spelled out in that, right? It has components right from the silicon level to the manufacturing devices, services, use cases, and how it has to really happen. I think anyone in the room who has not seen this, I'll urge them to look at that document. I think that's one of the most comprehensive documents which has essentially been released by the entities working on the 60 related work items. The second thing which essentially was done is creating Bharat 6G Alliance. I think that has been a very instrumental step which was there. And during the visit of President Biden along the sidelines of G20, there was an alliance MOU signed between the Bharat 6G Alliance and the ATIS, which actually is running the Next G Alliance in North America. More MOU and all these pieces will be signed up in the coming times with the different bodies like Hexa 1, Hexa 2 programs running in Europe or similar programs running in Korea, Japan on this piece. The one piece, right, one input from my side is that we shouldn't think that 6G is India technology. The baseline of why 3GPP has been so successful, why 3G, 4G, 5G essentially has done is the economies of scale. We need to have our rightful share, but we need to do it with all on the various people who are essentially doing this, right? I mean, if you go to 3GPP work items, and I'm sure Vishnu and Manjukiran will second that part, right? If you go to the meetings of 3GPP, I mean, and this time in Bangalore it was there were 600 delegates in the room, which were really from different companies, different continents, different countries, right? But they were still able to come to conclusion on how to move forward. I think in the roadmap, it is very important, as Vishnu said, this is Team India. I think we work together. I think for me, that's more important than anything else, that how do we come together as an industry, different stakeholders. There are academics, there are people who are making standards, there are people who are making silicon, they are working on manufacturing and things like this. And of course, we have WPC working on the spectrum related needs on that part. And we work not just internally, but with the external stakeholders. We don't need to use 6G as a closing gate, but be embrace of what is happening globally, right? Because this is the power of the standards which essentially have been going on that we can look at. And ultimately, from a general roadmap perspective, the 3GPP release 21 or 22, which release 21 starts in approximately, 2026, and release 22 will start another 2 years down the line. I think there is a lot of discussion going on around that part. That's when the actual standardization work will go on. I think that's where it looks like. And most likely, and everybody generally believes in the industry that somewhere 2030 is the time frame when we should look at first commercial implementations of the 6G based networks per se. But as I said, that we'll want to look at more continuum rather than as a discrete changes. That's how probably it looks like from this time onwards.
So
thank you.
we are
Sorry,
running
this was a
out
little
of
longer
time,
answer.
But I will ask just one small last question and only one single line answer, that just mention one challenge that you are thinking in implementation of the roadmap of 6G. Just one challenge and one sentence, not more than one sentence.
No, I can't think of.
Yeah, the challenge is always like the last mile, right? So if you have to win the World Cup, 83 we won a World Cup, it was like, similarly we have to do something, the last hog is always tough. So we would have to ensure that the Team India work, what we started as part of the framework document, continues till the deployment. So I think that's the only challenge. We have to work as a team, that all operators, OEMs and the device vendors also, hopefully we will have Qualcomm type companies out of India, so that the entire ecosystem gets built out of India. So the handset problem is still not sorted out. This is a problem which will be needed for the other.
So I take challenge as an opportunity. So it is an opportunity for India to come up, and we all can do it by collaboration of industry, academia, manufacturer, gear maker, or policy maker. If we all together, certainly we will get the 6G rollout as early as possible.
Saurabh ji.
I think, sir, I don't want to look at challenge, but I would just say that we need to believe in ourselves, and we need to believe that we can stand up amongst the world leaders in terms of technology, I think, and collaborate between ourselves, sir. That's how I look at meeting
Satish ji,
these
your
challenges.
take on any key challenge that we face, that we might face?
So one of the key challenges that I see is Indian organizations signing up MOUs with other entities ahead in time. Over enthusiasm always kills. You go sign up MOUs with other entities, just like what was being quoted. You're diluting India's presence. The focus here is India's presence, India's ability to lead 6G. And suddenly you talk globalization and you're diluting issues. This confusion should be clarified. There should be clarity that India wants to do it. It has to be an Indian effort. Indian entities have to talk about it. One cannot go about signing MOUs with foreign institutions and then say, okay, we are achieving great things. No, that is a very wrong approach. That is a key challenge in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So, over to you, or should we take any questions from the audience?
We cannot take any questions
Okay,
right now.
thank you.
But thank you so much for this very insightful discussion. Can we have a round of applause for all our panelists who are present here on the dais? Requesting you all to kindly step forward for a group picture. Also, I request our moderator for this session, Mr. Avinash Agrawal, to kindly felicitate all the panelists, to start with Mr. D.K. Agrawal. Let's have a thunderous round of applause for all the panelists who are present on the stage. We would like to express our gratitude to Mr. D.K. Agrawal for his contribution. Thank you so much, sir. We would like to felicitate Mr. Saurabh Mittal. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You know, it's the end of the session, the energies are still high. Let's just show it that ways. We would like to thank Mr. Jishnu Aravindakshan. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Manjukiran S. Aital. Let's have a round of applause. We would also like to thank Mr. Satish for his virtual presence. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. I would also like to invite Mr. Piyush Shetya to kindly join us on the dais to felicitate our moderator for the session, Mr. Avinash Agrawal. Can we have a round of applause for our moderator, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much, sir, for moderating this panel for us and sharing your thoughts and contributions with all of us. Requesting you all to please step forward for a group picture together. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this was a very interesting panel discussion, and I'm sure you all are taking a lot of key inputs after this discussion. Once again, we would like to thank all our eminent panelists to be a part of this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Satish, once again for your presence. Thank you, all of you. I request Mr. Piyush Shetya, Deputy Director General, Mobile Technologies at TEC, to kindly join us on the dais for the concluding remarks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now we have come to the concluding session of today's Day 1 workshop on 6G standardization. The workshop commenced with the Day 1 plenary inauguration by Honorable Minister of State for Communication and also in the august presence of Secretary Telecom. In his opening remarks, Honorable Minister has mentioned about telecom industry, which has become a sunrise industry due to efforts from DOT, TEC, academia, R&D organizations and the industry partners. And he has also further highlighted about the progressive policies adopted by the government, such as the PLI scheme, the TTDF funding, the 6G terahertz testbed, advanced optical testbed, etc., which are going to act as starting seed for design, development, and deployment of 6G technology by 2030. 6G technology will be based on affordability, sustainability, and ubiquity, and these efforts have resulted into more than 200 patents registered by industry, startups, and academia in the field of 6G. And it was also highlighted about India's efforts for adoption of ubiquitous connectivity, ubiquitous intelligence, and sustainability as key elements of 6G technology. The panelists and the speakers dwelt upon the ITU vision and the framework of IMT 2030 and the timelines for the 6G specification and the and the standards to be developed by 2030. Also, the speakers spoke about the Bharat 6G vision document and the Bharat 6G alliance, especially highlighting India's efforts in becoming a technology leader in 6G. Technical discussions took place on millimeter wave, terahertz communication, orbital angular momentum OM for achieving high data rates, seamless integration of terrestrial and non-terrestrial networks in the future 6G technological developments, 6G expectations from the user perspective point of view. Eminent speakers also spoke about the efforts being made in the development of new technologies for 6G, such as reconfigurable intelligence surfaces, OM multiplexing techniques, 6G devices, etc. Although it has been a very hard day for listening to the highly technical presentation, but we hope that you all must have even then enjoyed as a great learning opportunity from the speakers who are experts in their respective fields. We once again look forward to your August presence in tomorrow's session on day 2, that is the day 3 of IMC, in which we'll be discussing on 6G RAN issues, RAN devices, and the application. And I thank all the speakers, the organizers, and the volunteers for their immense contribution in today's workshop for making our 6G workshop on day 1 a successful event. And we once again look forward to you all joining us tomorrow on day 2, which starts at 10 a.m. With this, we conclude today's day 1 schedule. Thank you very much.